Attention please, the web conference will begin shortly. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Best wishes for all. Namo Buddhaya. Greeting of kindness. Good afternoon and welcome to the opening ceremony of Baliwood International Web Conference of Film Village. Honorable Vice Minister of the Village Ministry, Honorable Vice Governor of Bali, Honorable Ministry Representative, Rectors, figure, Honorable distinguished speakers from all over the world, as well as community participants, and all participants of Baliwood International Web Conference of Film Village. First of all, let us say our gratitude to God Almighty for His blessing that we can gather today through Zoom meeting to participate Baliwood International Web Conference of Film Village, which is held from 11 September until 13 September 2020. Baliwood Indonesia and Institute Technology and Business Tikong Bali is proud to present Baliwood World Stakeholder Partner from various continents to share their knowledge and experience in film, media content, animation, games, film tourism, digital platform to augmented reality beside to have future collaboration on the mission of Baliwood Land, a new world film cultural village to all creative communities of the world, Bali, and Indonesia. Baliwood Web Conference International Film Village, attended by 30 countries and world speakers from CEO, expert, industry, entrepreneur to researcher, but also feel and supported by local stakeholders from Udayana University, the village government, Abian Sumaldo Chani Badung, Bali government, and some Indonesian ministry and LIPI, or Indonesia Institute of Sciences. The Baliwood International Web Conference of Film Village is broadcast for 3 days on Village TV via satellite free to air Nusantara 1 and Telkom 4, as well as new channel via the ChinaSat FTA satellite, as well as live YouTube channel on Stickcommerce TV and TV Dosa on Terus, and as well as application live at Genflix. It will be watched by million audience, of course, and the Baliwood International Web Conference record tapping links will be also distributed to more than 20,000 director, manager, producer, worldwide film marketplace. From Bali, for Indonesia, Baliwood International Web Conference of Film Village dedicated to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, to start our opening ceremony, let us view Baliwood traditional puppet welcoming collaboration Baliwood and Abian Sumaldo Yeh Kani Village.
Hello, everybody. Ah, here we are at the Baliwood Land. Baliwood Land. It's a very, very fantastic things in the village. We welcome all of you in our village that's called Bensamal Dawiya Chali Village. That is the projects of Baliwood Land. Hi, hello. Oh my God, there is a tourist come. Hello, madam. Oh, okay. Oh, how? What is your name, madam? Oh, my name is Alisa from Australia. Oh my God, welcome, welcome to Baliwood Land. What can I do for you, madam? Oh, I heard it's a very, very nice place. It's a very good place. It's a very, very creative place. Baliwood Land, I would like to come. I love to come. Let's go, let's go. We will give you a very, very different experience in your life. Okay, let's go. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Namo Buddhaya. Well, Your Majesty, a very honorable Mr. Wamen, thank you very much for joining this program. And then the Honorable Mr. Vice Governor of Bali. It's very great pleasure to have Mr. in this program and then to support the Baliwood land. And then the Honorable Mr. Dadang, Stikom, Bali, and ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much for this program, the Bali Woodland International Web Conference. So I am Iwayan Stama, the major village of Abian Small Village, where Bali Woodland is. So we are very happy. We are very appreciate about this program. This is a really brilliant idea to support our citizens that will perform from Bali to Indonesia, that is for the world. So we thank you very much. And then we wait for the programs, for the projects will be started. Thank you very much. Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Om.
Thank you, Mr. Wayan Sutama. Ladies and gentlemen, next let us view a video entitled Bali New Era from the Balinese Province Governor. Enjoy the video.
Inovasi sehingga dapat menarik minat pengunjung. Selain itu, desa wisata juga membutuhkan manajemen pengelolaan yang baik dan rapi untuk mendapatkan manfaat yang optimal bagi seluruh masyarakat desa. Kehadiran Baliwood Land menjadi jembatan untuk memajukan dan menggali potensi-potensi unggulan desa, baik berupa kebudayaan, kekayaan alam, maupun peninggalan bersejarah. Beragam potensi tersebut kemudian dapat dipromosikan kepada masyarakat global melalui kemajuan teknologi dan informasi. Saya menyambut baik hadirin yang saya hormati. Dalam rangka meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat Bali secara berkelanjutan dan merata,
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very sorry for the technical issue. So we move to the next schedule. Kindly be invited CEO Baliwood Indonesia and Miraselova Screen Institute, Dr. Arvin I. Miraselova SE, MSc, CAPM, to deliver a welcoming speech. The time is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Putri. Thank you.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, salam sejahtera, namo buddhaya, salam kebudayaan. Thank you and big appreciate for the presence of the Vice Minister of the Village Ministry, Vice Governor of Bali, Ministry Representative, Rector, figures, distinguished speakers from all over the world, as well as community participants, a blessing and pride to all of us. The new era of the world today, although still in a transforming challenge situation, but along with the digital media era and new horizon content production on a micro budget worldwide, based on the rapid development of digital horizontal platform and immersive technology, becomes a hidden potential blessing for the island of Bali. And optimism of global transformation that is not the pseudo transformation behind the challenge of circumstances. A global transformation requires breakthroughs and innovations, especially from the village. The emergence of Baliwood land, a village brand strength through the agreement of ecosystem vision with its world stakeholders, as well as global production modeling activities in the village, has been done. Modeling the adventure journey of eco-friendly, nature-based film park combined with digital innovation, and ongoing efforts to transform cultural studios in the village into film studios and living space with village hospitality. It became the idea of the birth of a new global icon from the village and island of Bali as a gateway to the integration of other potential regions in the Indonesia archipelago. Bali, as a cross-cultural region of the world and its local cultural power, makes Baliwood land development a new, different content industry thematic and unique tourism film area based on natural, culture, and tradition, combining the creativity of community empowerment and digital innovation. The film village of Baliwood land development is different from other beautiful film villages, such as Popeye Village in Malta, Kyuton Film Village in the Netherlands, to even the film village of Hengdian in mainland China. Baliwood land is not to be Hollywood and neither Bollywood or Chinawood, but Baliwood Bali Indonesia, from its local energy, unites all into a new content culture of the world with a fresh outlook and a new model of eco-film tourism in the new world era. Through a world friendship activity from Bali today, namely the first Baliwood International Web Conference of Film Village, as a historical journey of the future, it is not only an opportunity for the world stakeholders to share knowledge and encourage the local community, but also the same optimism spirit of vision to build Baliwood Land, a new world era together. Thank you. Matur suksma, terima kasih. Thank you also. We like to say for our media partners, TV Desa, T-Commerce TV, and Netflix Live. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om. Salam sejahtera. Namo Buddhaya. Terima kasih. Juga saya sampaikan kepada NU Channel. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum.
Hadirin yang saya hormati, dalam rangka meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat Bali secara berkelanjutan dan merata, kita perlu mengembangkan berbagai potensi yang dimiliki oleh masyarakat. Salah satunya adalah potensi desa yang dapat dikembangkan menjadi sebuah daya tarik wisata berbasis budaya dan masyarakat. Pengembangan potensi desa wisata membutuhkan kreativitas dan inovasi sehingga dapat menarik minat pengunjung. Selain itu, desa wisata juga membutuhkan manajemen pengelolaan yang baik dan rapi untuk mendapatkan manfaat yang optimal bagi seluruh masyarakat desa. Kehadiran Baliwood Land menjadi jembatan untuk memajukan dan menggali potensi-potensi unggulan desa, baik berupa kebudayaan, kekayaan alam, maupun peninggalan bersejarah. Beragam potensi tersebut kemudian dapat dipromosikan kepada masyarakat global melalui kemajuan teknologi dan informasi. Saya menyambut baik cara mempromosikan dan menggali potensi-potensi desa seperti apa yang dilakukan oleh Baliwood Land dan menekankan bahwa warga desa sudah siap menjadi desa wisata dunia, desa film ikon dunia berbasis budaya. Saya berharap Baliwood Land mampu mengembangkan desa-desa di Bali dan menjadikan ikon-ikon unik bertaraf internasional sehingga mendatangkan keuntungan secara ekonomi dan sosial. Saya juga berharap agar masyarakat desa dilibatkan secara intens dalam program Baliwood Land ini. Masyarakat desa harus tampil sebagai subjek, bukan sebagai objek semata-mata. Mereka harus menjadi pelaku dalam upaya mengembangkan desanya, bukan sekedar menjadi penonton. Ini penting dilakukan agar Baliwood Land menjadi milik bersama masyarakat Bali.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a welcoming greet, let us enjoy special traditional welcoming dance from Institute Technology and Business Tikon Bali.
Ya sebentar aja, ini kan lagi anu ya juga. Berarti harus kita jalan ya. Ya, kita sampel aja berangkat. Ya. Mari Bang. Maaf.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next, we will have a short greeting, Bali New Era and Baliwood. The first one is from Miss Irene and Gironenci, PhD, from Swinburne University of Technology, Australia. The time is yours.
Distinguished speakers, moderators, and participants, I'm Irene Gironacci from Swinburne University of Technology. It is a great pleasure for me to be here and to contribute to the new era of digital transformation with Baliwood Land. Let's build the future together.
Thank you, Miss Irene. And the second one is from Mrs. Vasilina Petrova from Javada Film Ltd, Bulgaria. The time is yours.
Hello, everyone. Hello from Bulgaria. I'm Vasilina Petrova from Javada Film, and I would like to wish everyone here event that we will remember with the cooperation between all of us who lives and work in a different part of the world. I really love and appreciate the honor to be part of this conference. Thanks to the organizers of this amazing event for the hospitality, and I wish Baliwood Land in the next years to be home of many films and co-productions, and we all together to heal the world after the current pandemic. I believe that if we work together in common and think in the same direction, we will be stronger than any virus. Na dober čas and благодаря. It means in Bulgaria, best of luck and thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Vasilina. And the last one is from Mr. S. Sridhar, head of Telic Studio from UK, Serbia. The time is yours.
Good afternoon to you all. I would like to welcome the following persons: the Honorable Vice Minister of the Village Ministry, the Vice Governor of Bali, Lecturer of ITB Stikom Bali, Film and TV and Animation Director, Secretary General of the Manpower Ministry, the Village Mayor, and of course, Dr. Arvind. Special thanks to Dr. Arvind's hard work to assemble such a lot of creative persons who will share their knowledge and experiences during the next 3 days. I feel privileged to be a member of the speakers team. I trust this collaboration and the interesting discussions will lead to a lot of co-productions and films in Bali in the coming years. Thanks again and welcome to you all.
Thank you, Mr. Ladies and gentlemen, next kindly we invited Rector of Institute Technology and Business Stikom Bali, Dr. Dadang Hermawan, to deliver a welcoming speech. The time is yours.
Oke, thank you, Miss Putri. Yang saya hormati Pak Wamen, Desa dan PDTT, Bapak Budi Ari Setiadi, yang saya hormati Sekjen Kemenaker RI, Bapak Anwar Sanusi, yang saya hormati Pak Kadis PMD atau yang mewakili PMD Bali, yang saya hormati Bapak Perbekal Abian Semal, Pak Wayan Sutama, yang saya hormati Mr. Arvin, CEO Baliwood Land, and guests of honor, distinguished speakers, moderator, and participant, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to greet all attendees of participating countries from 5 continents in the world, include our beloved country, Indonesia. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to the 2020 International Web Conference of Film and Village. Ladies and gentlemen, Stikom Bali has been developing rapidly. For 17 years, this educational institution was under the name of STEMIC Stikom Bali, and since then, in just 70 months has been transformed into Institute Technology and Business Stikom Bali or ITB Stikom Bali. The institution has been the first institution updating the development of technology and knowledge of numerous information system, programming, and application which are mostly inspired and enriched by Balinese culture. Among 5 academic programs, we have information system that has multimedia and film as one of the existing concentration. The multimedia and film concentration has been developing animation film recently, and this year, Stikom Bali is developing state-of-the-art academic program. Digital business that encourage students to enhance the business model nowadays by using technology. Another improvement, we are proudly telling you about our progressing broadcasting unit, Sticommerce TV, which is the core team of this conference committee. They are the generator of this event. We appreciate them for their encouragement to make this program success. We are open to any cooperation or collaboration which is possibly developing from this international conference to maintain our international friendship just create from this very special event. We are very glad to conduct this conference together with our good friend, Baliwood Indonesia, and also by the great support from several stakeholders among them. But also to strengthen collaboration and provide to forum for academicians, professional and researchers to discuss and exchange their research results, innovative ideas, and experiences, especially to advance the file to apply technology on film, media content, animation, games, augmented reality, digital platform, and also on film tourism. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to the members of the organizing committee, the program committee, and in particular to all speakers, every single part that has dedicated contribution from the very beginning until the accomplishment of this great event. Finally, is an opportunity time for me to wish you beneficial event on the 2020 International Web Conference on Film and Village. Enjoy and discover the friendship in this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dedang Hermawan, for the welcoming speech to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next, kindly be invited Honorable Vice Governor of Bali Province, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Djokorde Oke Arta Ardana Sukawati, MSI, to deliver an opening speech. The time is yours.
Kepada panitia penyelenggara dan para peserta web conference, izinkan saya menyampaikan permakluman dan permohonan maaf dari Bapak Wakil Gubernur Bali yang sedianya hari ini beliau hadir pada acara ini, namun karena ada kegiatan yang tidak dapat dihindari dan tidak dapat diwakilkan, maka saya, Kepala Dinas PMD Provinsi Bali, ditugaskan untuk menyampaikan sambutan yang sudah beliau persiapkan. Selanjutnya, saya akan membacakan sambutan beliau. Yang terhormat Bapak Wakil Menteri Desa Pembangunan Daerah Tertinggal dan Transmigrasi Republik Indonesia. Yang saya hormati Bapak Sekretaris Jenderal Kementerian Tenaga Kerja RI, Direktur Film, TV, Animasi, Industri Kreatif, dan Deputi Ekonomi Digital dan Produk Kreatif Kementerian Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Republik Indonesia. Yang saya hormati Bapak Sandiaga Uno, yang saya hormati CEO Baliwood Indonesia dan Miracle Pascreen Institute, yang saya hormati Rektor ITB Stikom Bali, serta para narasumber mancanegara Asia, Eropa, Amerika, dan Australia, juga narasumber dari dalam negeri yang mewakili Universitas Udayana, LIPI, Desa Film, Komunitas, dan lain-lain. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, namo buddhaya. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam kebajikan, rahayu. Sebagai umat beragama, pertama-tama marilah kita menghaturkan puja, pengastuti, dan sesanti angayu bagya kehadapan Ida Sang Hyang Widiwasa, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karena atas asung Kertawarunugrahonya kita dapat hadir bersama dalam rangka pelaksanaan World Conference Dunia Desa Film Baliwood dalam keadaan sehat dan dalam suasana penuh kebersamaan. Hadirin sekalian yang saya hormati, saya sangat memahami bahwa saat ini adalah saat yang sangat berat bagi kita semua, terutama bagi para pekerja teknis produksi film. Namun saya berharap kondisi pandemi COVID-19 tidak membuat para pembuat film, pelaku industri film, serta penggiat komunitas film menjadi berkecil hati. Kita semua berharap kondisi ini tidak membuat kita patah semangat. Justru sekarang saatnya kita ditantang berpikir kreatif, menggunakan inovasi teknologi untuk terus berkarya dan menebarkan manfaat kepada masyarakat. Dan ternyata tantangan tersebut telah terjawab dengan diselenggarakannya World Conference Dunia Desa Film Baliwood ini. Kegiatan ini membuktikan bahwa insan perfilman tidak berhenti dan tidak menyerah untuk tetap berkreasi dan berinovasi dalam menjalankan peran dan fungsinya sebagai mediator, komunikator, dan edukator yang memberikan manfaat bagi masyarakat di saat terjadi pandemi COVID-19 ini. Terhadap hal ini, tentu saya tidak lupa untuk memberikan apresiasi yang setinggi-tingginya kepada pihak penyelenggara dan semua unsur yang terlibat di dalamnya. Hadirin sekalian yang saya hormati, selanjutnya, bila kita berbicara tentang film, tentu tidak bisa lepas untuk berbicara tentang kemajuan teknologi, khususnya kemajuan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi. Kemajuan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi ini telah membuka babak baru bagi masyarakat untuk mengakses informasi secara mudah dan cepat. Setiap orang memiliki akses terhadap sumber informasi dimanapun di dunia ini. Semua ini membawa konsekuensi masyarakat menjadi kritis dan tanggap terhadap hal yang berkembang. Kemajuan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi yang telah dicapai saat ini benar-benar telah diakui dan dirasakan memberikan banyak kemudahan dan kenyamanan bagi kehidupan umat manusia. Kemajuan teknologi ini juga merambah ke dunia film. Karena produksi film saat ini tidak terlepas dari unsur teknologi di dalamnya. Film yang selalu bergerak sejalan dengan perubahan teknologi mempunyai satu unsur penting dalam tampilannya, yaitu gambar. Teknologi kamera yang pada awalnya hanya mampu menangkap gambar berkembang menerus dengan kualitas dan inovasi yang berbeda, sehingga mampu menangkap dan merekam gambar yang bergerak, bukan hanya memotret objek diam semata. Kemajuan penting lainnya yang nampak pada film di era teknologi ini adalah di mana pada awalnya film ditampilkan dalam format layar yang besar, kemudian bergerak ke medium yang lebih kecil seperti televisi, layar komputer, dan laptop, dan saat ini semakin kecil pada tampilan perangkat mobile phone. Fenomena digital ini sangat mempengaruhi masyarakat dalam mengkonsumsi informasi dan hiburan. Di samping itu, saat ini film telah menunjukkan peranan dan jasa yang berarti dalam kehidupan manusia. Hadirin sekalian yang saya hormati, berkat film, realitas kehidupan diperdekat. Manusia dapat saling mengetahui dan mempelajari berbagai aspek kehidupan suatu bangsa hanya dengan menyaksikan satu film. Dampak ini memperlihatkan kemungkinan-kemungkinan menjadikan film sebagai proses yang begitu besar terhadap suatu realitas dan proses realitas kehidupan suatu bangsa, sehingga film seharusnya bisa menjadi media promosi dan komunikasi yang memberikan fungsi penerangan, pendidikan, pengembangan budaya dan ekonomi, selain juga memberikan fungsi hiburan kepada masyarakat. Khususnya fungsinya sebagai media komunikasi, pengembangan budaya bangsa suatu negara. Pengenalan teknologi film harus merupakan interaksi yang menghasilkan pengkayaan nilai-nilai budaya dan bukan menghancurkan kekayaan nilai-nilai budaya bangsa lainnya. Oleh sebab itu, dalam melestarikan nilai-nilai budaya bangsa, kemajuan teknologi perfilman haruslah dibangun berdasarkan komitmen dan keseimbangan antara ilmu, nilai, dan seni, antara fakta, fiksi, dan ilusi, antara pelestarian, pengembangan, dan pemberdayaan, dan antara akal, kesadaran, serta keindahan dengan tetap menjaga kelokalan budaya masing-masing. Hal ini sejalan dengan grand design dari pembangunan Bali ke depan, menuju ke dalam tatanan kehidupan baru yang holistik yang disebut dengan Bali era baru, di mana kebudayaan sebagai hulu yang menjiwai segala aspek pembangunan Bali dan sebagai basis serta pilar utama pembangunan perekonomian masyarakat Bali. Akhirnya, dengan melihat sosok para narasumber yang sangat mumpuni di bidangnya dengan berbagai topik yang akan disajikan masing-masing, saya berkeyakinan bahwa penyelenggaraan web conference ini akan memberikan manfaat yang besar kepada masyarakat sebagaimana harapan kita semua, terutama dalam rangka memajukan dan mempromosikan potensi-potensi unggulan desa yang meliputi aspek pariwisata, adat istiadat, seni dan budaya, serta potensi ekonomi desa lainnya untuk selanjutnya dapat di-blow up ke permukaan masyarakat global melalui film yang terus bergerak maju sejalan dengan kemajuan teknologi yang senantiasa berkembang secara pesat dan cepat. Hadirin sekalian yang saya hormati, demikian beberapa hal yang dapat saya sampaikan dalam kesempatan yang baik ini. Selamat melaksanakan web conference. Semoga ide Sang Yang Widiwasa, Tuhan Maha Esa, senantiasa memberikan bimbingan dan tuntunan kepada kita semua. Sekian dan terima kasih. Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rahayu. Wakil Gubernur Bali, Co Oko Agung Sukawati. Terima kasih.
Thank you for the opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next, kindly be invited Honorable Vice Minister of Village Ministry of the Republic Indonesia, Mr. Budi Ari Setiadi, to deliver a speech, opening speech, and also open the conference. The time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Salam, Namo Buddhaya, Kebajikan, dan Salam Pancasila. The Honorable Vice Governor of Bali Province, CEO of Baliwood Indonesia, and Minacho Screen Institute, Bologna University, Professor Luisa Daliaqua, all of Baliwood International Web Conference of Village Film 2020 participants and the audience as well. First of all, let us thank God for all His blessing and kindness, because we are here today to attend the Baliwood International Web Conference of Village Film 2020. Indonesian taken leapfrog on village development. Within 4 years, the village development exceed target of national medium-term planning above the target of 6,518 disadvantaged villages, elevate into developing villages, and 2,465 developing villages become self-reliant villages. Opportunity to acknowledge Indonesian village film have been increased due to increasing of village internet accessibilities. The digital village trend is marked by the increase of village fund internet allocation to as much as only 119 billion annually. The competition of the West, Center, and the East Papua Ring will provide internet access for all the 74,953 villages. Ministry of Village Development of this disadvantaged region and transmigration support village film with the digital technologies. Village funds are used to finance program to activities for village community empowerment, which is aimed at increasing the capacity and capability of rural communities. In terms of science and technology, appropriate technology and new invention for the economic and agricultural improvement by utilizing their own potential and resource. There are more than 10,000 village innovation film comply by Ministry of Village Development of disadvantaged region and transmigration. The film are important item for scaling up good idea to other 1,000 villages. Most innovation is in the entrepreneurship sector, and infrastructure sector is the most increased village innovation. Village innovation video are main tools of Academy Desa 4.0. It is a learning management system developed by Ministry of Village Development of disadvantaged region and transmigration. Within the platform, the film have enhanced villagers' good information and increasing motivation to develop their own village. Finally, today on the Friday, 11 September 2020, by the God blessing, I officially opened Baliwood International Conference of Village Film 2020. We hope the God Almighty will give His blessing for us. Om Santi Santi Om. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the opening speech and also the opening conference from Mr. Budi Aristiadi, Vice Minister of Village Ministry of the Republic Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, next kindly be invited Honorable Secretary General of Men of Power Ministry of the Republic Indonesia, Mr. Anwar Sanusi, PhD, to deliver a welcoming speech. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for Miss Moderators, ya. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, Om Swastiastu, and ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I have to catch up with my schedule to fly to Bali actually. So that's why I would like give my short speech in my car the way to airport. Honorable the Vice Governor of Bali, and then also Honorable Vice Ministers, Ministry of Villages, Disadvantaged Region and Transmigration, Bapak Budi Aristiadi, Honorable all guest speakers, and ladies and gentlemen. So it is my great honor to give a speech, a very short speech, in front of very sorry. Actually, I already prepared for my presentation. I try to connect two issues. Actually, one issue is about the villages, the place that I already worked for almost for more than five years as a Secretary General, and then with employment or maybe in human resources, the place that currently I'm working also as a Secretary General. I give a speech about the issue actually as dismigrative. Desmigrative is Indonesian is desa migration. Desa migration is a issue that actually we propose as a solution to prevent the urbanization, the migration from the village to the cities, from the village to the other countries. So this program actually is already established as a joint cooperation between two ministry, Ministry of Villages and then also Ministry of Manpower. So through this program, we provide actually we provide some of like a training to improve the capacity from the laborers that already returned back to Indonesia. So that's the kind of there are a lot of kind of activities through this program. One is concerning about the training that related with the village condition of village competency. Because as we know, as already presented by the Excellency of Vice Minister of Villages, Indonesian villages has many variation in all aspects. So and not only in human in natural resources, but also in like cultural resources. So that's why after maybe the people that are back from the other countries, that's we hope that they can also build their village by maybe by giving their own experience from other countries. So I do believe that's a lot of success story about maybe this about this program. So that's why I really invite maybe to all of us maybe to have uh, some of the best experience to document into like the films. So, ladies and gentlemen, that actually again I want to congratulate the web conference that's about like the films. Thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. Anwar Sanusi PhD, for the welcoming speech to all of us. And next, ladies and gentlemen, kindly be invited Honorable Prof. Luisa Dell'Acqua, PhD from Bologna University, Italy, to deliver a speech special greeting on behalf of international speakers. The time is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Luisa Dell'Acqua, Senior Cognitive Scientist, and I am speaking from Italy as adjunct professor at the University of Bologna. And I greet and thank all institutional and academic authorities and every stakeholder who supported this very interesting initiative. And I also greet the promoters and the speakers of this conference. I am honored to be here and to meet you. Let me also greet and thank my colleague and friend, Dr. M.D. Santo of Jakarta, who is no longer with us today, for his valued collaboration as my award research partner in innovative project as an international knowledge management expert. He was a blessed scientist, a man of great generosity and passion for humanity. And I'm sure that he would have been happy to be here to welcome you all. Thank you so much. And I leave the stage to the chairman.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next schedule, let us watch a video from Irene M. Gireshi, PhD, from Swinburne University of Technology, Australia, for her class tomorrow at Church Day.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next, we will hear a presentation from Mr. Sandiaga Uno, Indonesian private sector representative and entrepreneur. The time is yours.
Thank you so much, and congratulations for the Baliwood International Conference. And I would like to give my sincere thanks to the organizers, to the Vice Governor, to my good friend Vice Minister, and to also the SecGen of Manpower Ministry, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen from all over the world. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat penuh semangat. I would be very quick in presenting my thought on how we could use this Baliwood event for creating some vaccine, not the health type of vaccine, but the creative vaccine that we would need in terms of how we adapt to the new reality in terms of the creative economy through this Baliwood International Web Conference of Film Village. So from my home here in South Jakarta, I would like to present few of the facts that we are seeing of this unfortunate pandemic that has created not only the health crisis, but also economic crisis, and also the creative economy drop in terms of how creative industry is bracing the impact of the pandemic. This is the latest data that our team has collected, that more than 1,500 hotels closed. My thoughts, prayers, and really, I guess, hearts are with the people in the tourism industries and in the creative industry that we are facing very, very difficult situations. Close to $500 million of revenue has been lost on a monthly basis, and close to $1.5 billion of foreign exchange loss. In addition to that, and this is very important, 13 million jobs is at risk. So we need to quickly pivot, move into managing the crisis and mitigating the situations, and how do we create a program to stimulate the industry and provide jobs to the tourism manpower and also revamping the destinations through the marketing so that we are adapting to the new era of bubble tourism and we could support the creative industry. Next, I want to present how do we open the sectors through very strict adoptions of health COVID-19 protocol. How do we reduce the public health risk and how do we increase our economic benefit? So if you classify the roadmap to open this is first to determine the health risk and try to bring it as low as possible. And then look at how it does benefit the economy in terms of creating jobs and also creating a stable cost of living. So it has actually two type of inputs, which is bringing the income level to a stability and also pushing down the costs that is actually now being burdened by families, in particular families in the lower economic strata. So we then will have the go zone, pivot zone, check zone, and wait zone. These are the SMEs that support the consumption economics and including the creative industry as well. Very quickly, these are the sectors that actually present opportunities during the pandemic, from medical, teleconferencing, massive online open course, digital, food, biotech, legal, and clean energy. This digital include the streaming businesses that actually carry the creative industries, which ranges from culinary, fashion, all the way to animations and advertising. So the creative industries will have to adapt and pivot to continue working in this ever-changing landscape. A great lesson in the history is actually the Great Depressions. The Great Depressions inspired Hollywood's golden age. When the Wall Street crash of 1929, actually 60 to 80 million people went to the movies once a week or more, even in the death of the Great Depressions, because film is actually very effective in uplifting the spirit in terms of bringing optimism and creating new narratives when we are having very, very difficult adversity. So moviegoers also respond creatively. They lower the price, they innovate, they increase productivity, align the content with context, and adapt. So these days, cinema will not become the dominant medium because of the COVID-19, but there will be streaming services like Netflix and so on, and also local streaming services adopting to the new business model. I would leave four type of pillars that we need to do in terms of injecting this new optimism, that you need to be customer fanatics. You need to know what the market wants. You need to really have a good research on where the your customer really want to see the type of products. Second is enrich. Use local wisdom, nature and culture. Reborn with digital. Lower your costs, increase your revenue, and be part of a strong ecosystem. Create a village of creativity. That's what the Vice Minister for Village has said earlier. How do we take advantage of this? Is by doing exactly, I would use the word cost cutting, orderliness, virtualizations, integrations, and domestications, so that our product will be very competitive in the pandemic era. Thank you very much, and I'd like to remind everybody to continue to be optimistic. Hopefully this pandemic will be over if we are disciplined in terms of wearing face masks, washing our hands, and keeping social distance. Be safe, be healthy, stay strong. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Tuhan memberkati. Salam kebajikan. Shalom.
Thank you, Mr. Sandiaga Uno, for the presentation for us. Ladies and gentlemen, next short greeting say hello to Bali New Era, Baliwood Spirit from Indonesian audience and international participants. Maybe the first one from Mr. Lion from CEO World Movie Travel Company.
Speak tomorrow as well, and I'm so from the so stay on Indonesia. Am I back?
Yes, of course.
Yes. Oh, sorry, internet connection. So I think with this amazing project, we will solve the internet problems as well. My and also Mirasevola. I want to thank you for this great opportunity, part of the from traveling Indonesia and gonna share to you, of course, all what we've seen and all the great things that can bring the new project Baliwood to Indonesia and also to the world. So looking forward to talk to you tomorrow and share with you from the new future Indonesia. So much.
Thank you, Mr. Lion, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, maybe the second one, please, Mr. Neil Ash Patel from USA, India. Thank you for Mr. Sandiaga Uno to join with us before.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to interacting with you very soon. And success for Baliwood International Web Conference of Film Village.
Thank you, Mr. Sandiaga Uno. So next, please welcome Mr. Neil Ash Patel from USA, India. Mr. Neil is already. Okay, thank you. Next, maybe the third one. Please welcome Miss Greenie S. Dewayanti, Director Genflix Indonesia.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Um, Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So, distinguished speakers from multi-industry, High Excellency Wakil Menteri Desa, Wakil Gubernur Bali, Director Ekonomi Kreatif, and all special participants for this conference. It is very great opportunity that we can meet up here to exchange the information and make collaboration between the movie producer, platform owner, and also the IP rights holder. My special thanks as well to Dr. Arvin who organized all these things and make happen. I'm looking forward for further cooperation as well as come to Bali, which is hospitality is always in my heart. Thank you so much. Good afternoon for all.
Thank you, Mrs. Gwini S. Dewayanti, Director Genflix from Indonesia. Nice to meet you, Mrs.
Nice to meet you and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow in your session. So the next, welcome Mr. Insinyur Agung Suryawan, PhD, Chairman Center for Tourism Excellence Udayana University from Bali, Indonesia. Okay, for the next, welcome to Mr. Apuf Modi Ateknos.
Hey, hello. Yeah.
From India. Hello, Mr.
Hello, everyone. I would like to welcome everyone in this event, even one of the best event, great and thoughtful event. Let's share our knowledge. A special thank you I would like to say to Mr. Arvin as well as Baliwood team as well as Indonesia Government Associate to launch this event. So let's share our knowledge and we'll meet you soon today only. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Apuf from India. Nice to meet you. And next, please welcome Mr. Andrew Des from International Actor and Action Director from Spain. Okay, next, maybe Mr. Ivan Kajik already. Please welcome Mr. Ivan.
Hi, can you hear me well?
Yes, of course.
Okay, great. I want to say hi from Europe, from Croatia. I'm representing Stipe Norway. We are doing virtual effects for film and TV. It's great to be part of this project. It's really nice to see that there is cooperation between the government and really enthusiastic people. It sounds like it may be very, very interesting. So we are glad to be part of this project, and you will hear from me on day 3. Good luck to everybody.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ivan, for the short greeting to us. And ladies and gentlemen, now let us watch indie film trailer from Indonesian film community, Aku, Kamu, dan Makna Pulang. Aku, Kamu, dan Makna Pulang, Me, You, and the Meaning of Home. Independent film by Indonesian Youth Film Community, directed by Yusuf Jaka Ardana, a film by Grid Studio, released on Genflix. Tell the story of Nat's journey in Jakarta, Indonesia, after her mother has passed away to find her father that runs away a long time before. She is accompanied by Yus, who is on his escape from the atmosphere of home. The divorced parents. The couple share a sense of getting back to home.
Kalau misalnya arah Ragunan kemana ya, Bu? Oh, kalau arah ke Ragunan lewatnya Pancoran terus ke Mampang. Mampang Buncit, lempeng aja nanti itu sampai ke Ragunan. Coba mana lihat alamatnya? Ini, Bu. Maaf. Astagfirullahaladzim. Ini mah ke Bogor, jauh banget. Kalau mau ke Bogor, ke Depok dulu. Terus Citayam, Bojong, baru ke Bogor. Ya Allah, kasihan amat. Ya, masih jauh ya, Bu? Jauh banget. Udah, makasih ya, Bu. Iya, sama-sama. Yus.
Salah jalan lagi.
Kan gue bilang, Nat, gue aja yang megang maps.
Kan kamu yang bawa motor.
Gak usah sok peduli deh. Yang penting nyampe.
Lagian, keren banget sih mau bantuin orang. Pasti ada maunya nih ya.
Maaf dek, ini fotonya ketinggalan.
Makasih ya Bu.
Iya.
Makasih kek.
Apaan sih? Orang cuma ngasih doang dia. Yakin masih mau nyari?
Udah 18 tahun, Yus. Udah mau lulus. Masa masih belum ketemu juga? Lagian, kasihan ibu. Udah meninggal, tapi ayah belum tahu. Aku juga nggak tahu mau pulang kemana. Ngapain?
Yaudah, ayo naik.
Gas nggak? Beli yang jauh loh.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the film trailer from Indonesian film community, Aku, Kamu, dan Makna Pulang. And next, let us watch together Mongolia film trailers, Afar, 10 Soldiers of Genghis Khan. This title available on Genflix.
Гуравдугаар жирны харагчин үхэрж ил.
Их хааны зарлагийг тосготон.
Өө. Энэ жил өвсний шим арай л эртгүй заяа.
Ээжтэй хүм өгдөггүй гэж үгтэй.
Эвээ минь гэж ямар амтны өөр юм бол би өгөөцтэй уулзгаар ирсэн гин бүхэн байна. Надаас битгий.
Задлыг нэг явцгаасаа.
Миний амь өвгөн отчин гарт байна гэдгийг чи ухаарж байгаа биз?
Манай Чонсовын хацагдсан баатар нэгэн зөвцийг чонд идэвхтэй заншилтай. Их засаг хуулийн заасан ёсоор өөртч хөдөх ялгаа тохиолжтой. Бас таны цэргүүдийг тарааж бусад арга тулдахгүй байх.
Oh, dibilang nih. Neil sama Ahmad. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the trailer from Magnolia film trailer Alpha, Araf. And the next, we will back to short greeting from Neil S. Petal from USA, India. Neil is already joined with us. Fahrid Ahmad and Neil.
Is it me, Rakila, or no?
Yes, please.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Hello.
Yeah. Please. The time is yours, Neil.
It's me, Nilesh Patel from Las Vegas. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course, Neil. Please say some short greeting. Say hello to Bali, your era, Baliwood spirit.
Sure. Yeah, definitely. Hi. Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Om Shanti Om. Namo Buddham. This is Nilesh Patel here from Las Vegas, USA. And I'm a filmmaker, producer, writer, director, and actor as well. And it is honor to be a part of the Bollywood film film conference on a website. So I talked to the Arvind, and I'm really excited to be a part of the Bollywood. I'm planning one project is like a romantic project, and definitely I will shoot in Bali when pandemic will be over by the next year. So that's what I'm planning right now. And more information, I will talk to the Arvind. And one of my film on Mr. Desi is called Illegal Journey of the Illegal Immigrant from the India to USA via Mexico. And that also I am releasing with Indonesian OTT market, with the subtitle of the local language. And Mr. Arvind, he is working on it right now. So, and thanks for inviting me here. It's a really huge honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Neil, for the greeting say to us today. And next, we would like to call Mr. Farid Ahmad. Mr. Farid Ahmad, already joined to us.
Uh,
Yes, please. The time is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, of course. Mr.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Farid Ahmed from Dhaka, Bangladesh. It's my pleasure to be part of such a big event, and I'm eagerly waiting to enjoy the event, and also waiting to meet you tomorrow with my new film project, Waiting for Winter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Farid Ahmad, for the greeting to us. And ladies and gentlemen, and the last, before we move to government session, special session of forum, there are a few information from Mr. Ricky Leung from Quilo Games Limited Hong Kong to remind Apopia Cinema special screening session for the next day at second day of web conference. The time
yeah.
is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Ricky from Hong Kong and from Creole Games Limited. I would like to say thanks to the Indonesian and Bali governments, the Bollywood team, and especially Arwen, who helped me a lot to join this event. Yeah, I'm so happy. It's my honor to show you my project, Apopia. Let me show you a little more about my current projects. Let me share screen with you. Up is Oops, the screen dimension is not going right. Yep, so this is my current project called Popier, and it is a cartoon animation. There are a lot of different colorful cartoon characters, as well as many stories you can see here. And we are going to use animations and games to tell the story. And the story is mainly about hope, friendship, and self-acceptance. And now I would like to show you the trailer of our first pilot episode, which is going to be on screen tomorrow at 1 p.m. There will be a full animation showcase, but now I would like to show you my trailer first. Yep. That's what's going on. Okay. Is the sound on?
Molly. It's a secret mission. No time to explain.
What? We don't even know what we're facing.
That we're going to find out together. It's all my fault. It's all my fault.
Yep, so it was a trailer. I hope you heard the sound, right? Was a sound shared as well?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, that's cool. I was worrying about this. Oh, by the way, in case you wonder what apopia means, apopia actually is a combination of two words, apocalypse and utopia. We use this name because we hope that we want to express the meaning that even if we are living in a difficult times as bad as apocalypse, we can still try to find our utopia by looking at the good things around us. So this is a message of our story, and the full animation will be shown tomorrow in this Baliwood event at 1 p.m. So please stay tuned and please look forward to it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ricky Lim from Quillo Games Limited, Hong Kong, to remind to us for her session in next day, in second day of web conference. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all the opening ceremony of Baliwood International Web Conference of Villain Village. Now we will go to the next session, government special session of forum, which is will be hosted by Mr. Made Marlo Makaradua Jabandem. Please welcome Mr. Marlo. Okay. Hello, Mr. Marlo. How are you today?
How are you?
I'm fine. What about you?
I'm fine. So let's continue the sessions, okay?
Okay. Please enjoy with Mr. Marlo in the government special session of forum. Thank you for your attention. Please, Mr. Marlo.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Bali, Indonesia. Once again, we welcome you to day one of the Baliwood International Web Conference of Film Village. My name is Marlo Bandem of ITB Stikom Bali, and I will be your host for the following two sessions. On behalf of the organizers, we once again convey our gratitude to everyone participating and supporting this wonderful virtual event. While we are worlds apart in these challenging times, your presence, your creativity, and your solidarity is heartwarming and key to mutual success. We hope that all of the distinguished speakers and participants are well and feeling energized to follow and participate in all of the Baliwood sessions. So for 3 days, we will have engaging sessions that shall unearth the magnitude of the creative industry, especially in the fields of film, media content, multimedia, games, and as well as animation from all over the world. So we have an extensive schedule today, and let us start with the first session, which is the Government Forum Special Session, featuring two notable speakers, including Mr. Shaifullah, PhD. He is the Film TV Animation Director Deputy, Digital Economy and Creative Products of Tourism and Creative Economy Ministry, Republic Indonesia. And the second speaker is Mr. Fajar Tufail, PhD, from Indonesian Institute of Science, Senior Researcher in Game, Animation, and Digital Heritage, or LIPI. So to start this session, let us invite the head of the Abian Small Village, Mr. Wayan Sutama, to deliver his welcoming speech. Mr. Sutama, are you there?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
please.
you very much.
Yeah.
Mr. Malaka Bandam. It's very, very nice to be here. So, well, the Honorable, the Most Honorable Mr. Wamen, and then with the theme of decorative of freedom, and then the Honorable of Mr. Vice Governor of Bali, and then the Honorable of Mr. Sandiaga Uno, and then the Honorable of Director of Stikom Bali, Mr. Radha, and then the founder of Baliwood Land, Mr. Arvin Mirasalova, with the Baliwood Land theme, and then to all the guests, the participants, it's really great that all of you are here with the program. So as the major of the village of Abian Semal Dahlia Tani village, that is famous for Baliwood Land village. So we are very, very great, and then we appreciate very, very much. And then all of our citizens, on the behalf of the citizens of Baliwood Land, feel very, very surprised that the Baliwood Land project is going on in our village. So, of course, it will support the village, and then the point is how we empowerment the citizens so they are becoming the subject as well as the object of the project. So once again, on behalf of the Abian Semal village, Abian Semal Dahlia Chani village, the Baliwood Land village, we thank you very much for this program. And then we have a dream that the Baliwood Land from Bali to Indonesia for the world. So once again, thank you very much. Okay, thank you so much. I'll give the time back to the host of the program.
Yes. Thank you, Bapak Sutama, for your really warm greeting to all of us. I mean, we do appreciate what you are doing in the village, and it's very nice when you do have the empowerment in the village level that can really participate in this global domain. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we commence, I would like to remind for all the speakers, please be watchful for the time allocated. And for the participants, please reserve your questions until the end of the panel session, and questions can be submitted via the chat function. So without further ado, please give your warm welcome to Mr. Saifullah, PhD, who will represent the Film TV Animation Director of the Deputy Digital Economy and Creative Products of Tourism and Creative Economy Ministry, Republic Indonesia. The time is yours, sir. Thank you. Do we have Mr. Saifullah, PhD, with us? Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Okay.
It's an honor
Thank
for
you.
us to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Marlo. Uh, uh, I would like to share the screen. First, thank you for to Arvin to inviting me to join this event, and then yeah, I would like to give a special honorable to Pak Dadang, Bapak Wagub, Wakil Gubernur Bali, kemudian Bapak Wakil Menteri Desa, kemudian juga kepada Bapak Sekretaris Jenderal Kementerian Tenaga Kerja. For today, even I would like to share the our talk about local content goes global. The first, I want to start with a creative economy is a fuel of magnificence. The quotation is to show that why the creative economy is now become very important and strategic for Indonesia and also global. And you know that in the 2021, next year will be the year of creative economy. I want to update you about the Indonesian cinematic landscape. I want to show the several indicators to show that our cinematic landscape has grown. The first is the increase the number of local film production with more diverse content. And the second is the number of viewers in Indonesia. You know, Indonesia have 260 million people is the number for the most population country in the world. During the 5 years, the numbers of viewers increased by 320%. The number of screen continues to grow and spread, but still dominated in the Java Island. Currently, we have more than 2,000 screens. Emerging trend alternative cinema and paid film streaming services like VOD, over the top, also increasing. High number of workers in the film ecosystem, and also progressive trend of data culture in Indonesia cinema as a tool for decision making. Now, why we see that as a government, we see that film industry is very important. The first is the growing industry. The film animation video is second highest of GDP growth rate in 2016 and also increasing year by year until now. And then the film have a multiplier effect. We have the local film we call Laskar Pelangi. The title is Laskar Pelangi. Who I like the story from the Bangka Belitung, the Belitung Island, and then because of this film, the numbers of tourists visit this island increased by 1,800%. And then also maybe the regional one is like a Crazy Rich Asia also impact the positive, give the positive impact to the tourism industry in Singapore. And then by using the film, we have like a multi-subsectors leverage. The complexity of film production will empower the growth of other industry, for example, music, fashion, design, culinary, craft, and also tourism. So, I mean, we are so rich, we are so lucky, we have vast archipelago countries We have more than 15,000 islands. We have 1,340 ethnic groups. We have 2,500 local language. And then we have 1.9 million square miles of land. The population also is quite huge. It's 260 million people. This impressive number also implies the significant cultural, ethnic, religious, and linguistic diversity. This can be the source of creativity in to bring this IP, local IP, to the global. We have there is some Indonesian film have international recognition of local content. So Skala Niskala in 2017, including Marlina si pembunuh dalam 4 babak, Babi Buta yang ingin terbang in 2008, and then in 2018 we have Kucumbu Tubuh Indahku. There is a Pengabdi Setan in 2017, Turah in 2016. So I mean, this is not only stop in this. Many Indonesian local Indonesian movie also have international recognition. And then we have some supports is like we have work together with a few to make a few short to bring the millennial group in all regions in Indonesia. We have work for more than 35 regions to make their own local local stories to the national and bring into the few platform that publish in 16 countries. And then we also have our internal program. We have Akatara, is the first Indonesia film pitching forum, and then we do hope that everyone in this are welcome to join with the Akatara. And then we have for documentary Docs by the Sea Asia Animation Summit Forum. We have in Bali in 2020 and 2021. We have in Frame, and so many that we have not only for the movie but also for animation, and then for the short movie film. And then we also bring we develop this incentive scheme and also the local film commission to support all the talent, local content, local talent to bring their local content to the national and global. This is what we can give it to you. I do hope that we can have more time to discuss or to answer your question at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Saifullah, for your really deep insights to the magnitude of the creative industry, especially in the fields of film in Indonesia. And as we know that there has been plenty of, the creation of the Balinese people, the Indonesian creative industry that has been going worldwide. So we will leave you there for a while, and then we will continue our session, and then we would like to invite Mr. Fajar Taufil.
Thank you, Marlo.
Yes, that would represent the Indonesian Institute of Science. Please, yeah, the time is yours.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Pak Marlo.
Yes.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And it is very it's an honor for me to be invited to this exciting conference. And first of all, I would like to thank Pak Wakil Menteri, and then Bapak Sekjen Kementerian Tenaga Kerja, Bapak Wakil Gubernur, Bapak Rektor Stikom, Pak Dadang, and also the Baliwood committee who kindly helped me to prepare this presentation. So without further ado, I like to share screen. I like to have some assistance from the committee to share the screen because I have a problem with my computer. So Can I have the screen sharing, please? Mas Panitia, bisa tolong di-share screen? Okay. Right. So I think I will. Okay. Excuse me. I think I have to do some kind of improvement here, and probably. Okay. Hopefully. Oh, sorry. Oh God. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have some problem with this my screen sharing, and already asked the committee to help me.
Teman panitia bisa bantu Bapak Fajar untuk mengunggah presentasi beliau.
Iya, tolong Bapak. Saya sudah kirim file ya kan ke sana.
Silakan dimonitor teman-teman panitia.
Maaf Pak ya, ini soalnya komputer saya bermasalah ini dengan screen sharing sudah akhir-akhir ini.
Tidak apa-apa, Pak, pelan-pelan saja.
Makanya saya kirim file yang kemarin ke panitia. Bentar. Oke, sebentar saya coba dari sini lagi. Oke. Mudah-mudahan ini berhasil, Pak ya. Bagaimana? Apa berhasil di situ?
Berhasil, Bapak, silakan.
Berhasil ya? Oke. Alright, so I'll just share my screen from here, and I hope this. Okay. I think it's okay. My presentation title is local content of animation production in Indonesia: challenges and opportunities. And I'm not going to describe the animation production ecosystem in Indonesia, but I will, instead of giving you an overview, I will just kind of looking at some cases and to elaborate and also to give some sort of information over the challenges and opportunities that the animation production in Indonesia is encountering. So I just a brief information on the structures of industry, and then I think this content is almost similar to other in other countries. So I'm not going to talk about this, but just to give you some sort of ideas that in Indonesia there are some categories of animation industry that I think also exist in other countries, like major studios, and for example the base animation studio located in Bali, and also like MSC production in Jogja, and also there are some small studios and scattered in many Indonesian cities. For example, like the Kasat Mata studio in Jogja, Sweetbox in Jogja, and in between there's two categories of studio. There is a medium scale studio, for example, like the Kumata studio in Bandung and also the Temotion in Jakarta. So this kind of structure is actually very important in looking at in understanding the structures of animation industrial production in Indonesia. Okay, And then also I like to kind of explain a little bit or present a little bit about the categories of animation films in Indonesia. So I'm not elaborating all the films, but just to give you some sort of basic idea of what kind of categories of film that are being produced by Indonesian producers. The first one is like the feature films, and we have animation feature films like the Night Craze and Shijuki, and also the Battle of Surabaya. And there are not many feature films produced by Indonesian animation studios, and these are I think three of the biggest productions that have been taking place in Indonesia, and these all have some sort of or a variety of local contents uh, in the films. And the other category is TV series, and which also has some examples of local contents. As for, like we have a Petualangan Si Unyil, for example, is the Si Unyil Adventures, and it was produced by the PFN Production, the state film company. And also we have here Adit Sopo Jarwo serials, and these two TV series were being broadcast in Indonesian private channel. And then the next category is the YouTube channels, and we have a variety of productions on the YouTube channels, and some of them mostly produced by small studios. These are the example of the film like the Trio Hantu, the Ghost Trios, and also some collection of ghost stories produced by the Replay Studios. And these kind of YouTube channels, for me, it's very interesting because it has a very strong local content, and then I think it clearly illustrates the differences in the way how Indonesian animation producers see the production of animation films. So I will explain a little bit more later on about this. And then and in talking about challenges and opportunity to incorporate local contents in animation production, and I'm talking about the situation in Indonesia. At least I have identified two most important aspects. First one is the aspect which I call the narrative or storytelling aspect, and the second one is the character design aspect. Now, the narrative storytelling, it's for example, like dealing with the notion of historical accuracy, and also the questions or the problems of provenance and origin. And then I will explain this aspect later on. And the second one is the character design, and then it deals with the problem of style of representations and also some problem of legal issues. Okay, let me elaborate those two aspects by using some examples of animation films. So I will start with this film, the feature films, the Battle of Surabaya movie. And Battle of Surabaya, as I said, produced by one of the biggest animation studio in Indonesia, in Jogja, MSV. And I'm not going into detail on describing the context and also the stories of the film, but just I will focus in a very particular issues, and that brings questions of how important is animation characters localized. So I think this is a very very controversial issues among the animation production in Indonesia. So the question is, how is Indonesianness represented? So I think for those of you who are working or who are producing the films, animation film, you will be encountering these kind of questions all the time. For example, like if you take a look at some characters here, like the Musa characters and also the Yumna characters, it reminds me of the characters on the Japanese anime films and Japanese manga, and in fact also the other characters of the Danu also similar to the character produced in Japanese animation. The only what I will call it quote unquote authentic representation of Indonesian is it's when the films depicts the scene of Soekarno when Soekarno Hatta uh, read the Indonesian proclamation. So those are, you can see that the figurative forms of the characters, it's really quote unquote Indonesian. So it's kind of a different from the other characters like the Musa and Yumna, which are mostly which resembles mostly the Japanese anime and other types of animation films. And the other thing I will also discuss in a very brief way is the Trio Hantu, the animated encyclopedia of Indonesian ghosts, and this one was broadcast on YouTube channel. So there are some interesting local issues that are discussed by the films, and but this again brings the very problematic questions with regard to the origin of the provenance of the folklore, because when you have animation talking about some sort of folklore, and then there are some questions that come up, like for example, like folklore, is it the intangible heritage or a kind of a common property? So this is a very challenging question that very important in kind of bringing the ideas of the issues of the local folklore into these public animation films. So how, and the other kind of issues like how to maintain a good relation with communities where the stories and materials come from. So this is a kind of a problem that we have when we trying to incorporate the content folklore as a content in animation films. So, and also you have to remember that when you're talking about the folklore, there is a particular contextualization of the stories. And this, the Trio Hantu animation films actually is very rooted in a Japanese kind of representation of the ghost. And there are so many others, types of representation of of ghosts and folklore. And I think you can pick any example from around the world to talk about this kind of representation. But what I really want to emphasize here that folklore in a way is also problematic, that you cannot simply saying that the folklore representing that the ethnic culture, but in some sort of there are some differences and there is similar representation of figurative characters that are also found in other ethnic culture. Okay, so the other one is the Petualangan Si Unyil, and this film is very interesting because it started as a puppet theaters, and then it was the only one animation produced by state film company. And what was really important in terms of local content is that the characters representing some ethnic groups in Indonesia. You can see different kinds of uh, uh, outfit and different kind of style of speaking if you watch the films, and you can recognize that different variety of ethnic uh, group or ethnic culture represented in the films. But there's a problem, and Petualang Si Unyil actually was remade as a two dimension 2D television series from the puppet theaters, and then later on into the 3D animation series. And what is really important is that when you have a Unyil produced by State Film Company as a theater, a puppet theater, and then in the 3D and 2D production, and it was completely produced by private studios. In this case, the base studio. So this kind of a change of the production has a very important impact to the legal issues that I will explain a little. And for example, like the legal dispute, there has been a legal dispute over Pak Raden characters, and in which the state company claims exclusive rights over the characters because they retain the rights over the Si Unyil as a film. But the creator of the Pak Raden, Mr. Suryadi, claims that there's individual property rights as separated from the rights over the films. So this kind of a dispute continued, and then the producer of the 2D and 3D animation film also has the same claim that these characters actually part of the intellectual property right of the film as a whole. But the Pak Suradi still insisted that the rights of Pak Raden should be settled separately. So finally, the producer withdraws the claim and decide not to use the characters in the 2D and 3D films. And then until his death in a couple of years ago, Suryadi remains to receive no compensation for intellectual property rights of the Pak Raden characters. So this kind of issue, it kind of related to the folklore issue, because as you see that the Si Unyil storyline is actually the original storyline. It's different from the one which based on the folklore stories. So you have the different kinds of ideas, and in terms of the intellectual property, so there are different kinds of questions. To what extent the issue of provenance, the issue of rights claim can be applied into the different kinds of origin stories of origin. The one from the folklore, and the other one is from the original stories. And then to conclude my very short presentation, there are at least three different concluding thoughts that I would like to present here as a conclusions. That there is a questions about locality. So the questions of when bringing local content into the animation production, then the question is, what does locality mean when it is translated into animation characters and stories? And I'm talking in particular about the animation production here. I'm not talking about the films. Films is different story. And the other challenges deals with the ownership. Is the folklore can be considered as an open source or common property, meaning that it is owned by the certain ethnic groups? Is it a form of intangible heritage that can legally be registered? And then the last points that I like to talk about is that the original stories and IP. I already mentioned these problems in my discussion of Pak Raden characters. So the question will be, what would intellectual property mean when an animation character shift from the state or public project to a commercial product? So I think these three issues are very much central issues when we are trying to bring the local content into the production of animation film. I think that's all my presentation. Terima kasih, matur suksma, matur nuwun, arigato, kamsahamnida, danke.
Pak Fajar, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. And as we know, we are in the times where animation feature films have been breaking box office records on a global scale. So once again, we would like to thank Bapak Syaifullah and also Bapak Fajar. And before we go into the question and answer session, I would like to invite the video introduction about silicone prosthetic film makeup that will be presented by Indah Miraselova.
Baliwood Land, Silicon Filmex Export Orientation, SFX Makeup Film. SFX makeup is a special effect makeup to make actors or actresses look older, have bones, creepy, and make characters look like ghosts or otherworldly monsters according to the demands of the characters in the script. SFX film in the world film industry are very much needed, starting from making ordinary effects to extraordinary ones, namely Hollywood, Bollywood, and many other which are growing over time. SFX makeup in Bollywood. Even the SFX makeup film started getting awards at the Oscars. An examples of giving Oscar for the best makeup from year to year.
Kazuhiro, Ann Morgan, and Vivian Baker.
The winner is Star Trek. Barney Berman, Mindy Hall, and Joel Harlow.
We thank Youth Academy. We thank J.J. Abrams.
Apart from big film industries, small production houses in the filmmaker from all over the world also needed artistic SFX films. Not only that, even SFX makeup, especially prosthetic ones, is really needed in the medical world with the term medical art, where prosthetics help those who have deficiencies, even though they are not functional, but can provide the perfection needed. With such a large growth in the world film industry, including film platforms with the increase in broadcast distribution that is no longer oriented to the cinema alone, such as Netflix, Genflix, Hulu, Amazon TV, MovieBase, Baliwood Flix, and the other. Making the increased need for SFX makeup film, especially prosthetic, ready to use, with a variety of form for film production needs, so that market opportunities or export markets are wide open. Baliwood itself will be a pioneer in the future as an exporter of prosthetic latex, with many variants or typical Balinese characteristics that can be used as a model as well as for its medical art. Currently, Baliwood Land has conducted training transformation beauty salons in Albion Tamal Village Dauyachani or Baliwood Land, be a movie salon. This year, the TV SFX makeup film has also been launched for the world, www.sfxmakeuptv.online. In the future, Baliwood Land Film Village will become the center of world film craft, especially SFX silicone prosthetics makeup.
Thank you very much. And that was the introduction about the silicone prosthetic film makeup. And please be reminded that the Silicon Project Film Makeup will be featured on the day 2 and day 3 of the Baliwood Web Conference. And please join us later for those sessions. And we would like to come back to our notable speakers, Mr. Saifullah and Mr. Fajar, for a short question and answer sessions. And then I would like to take this opportunity actually to invite other speakers to join the discussion, if any, and if not, let me start first, and then from both speakers, we can conclude that we agree that we are living in an exciting time to globalize out the local content. And as our nation's motto says, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity, implies that we are very, very rich with local content that can be creative ideas. So my question to Bapak Saifullah is, what measures have been taken by the government to balance the preservation as well as the promotion of local cultures as creative content? Because as we know, we do have remote cultures that are distant to the global world. Are there any specific regulations to protect the exploitation of local or remote cultures as creative content? Silakan Bapak Saifullah.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Marlu.
Yeah.
There is a regulation that imposed to protect for the reservation one is the main duties from Ministry of Education and Cultures. So I mean, if you're talking about the film industry, there is two ministry that have the same function. The first is one in the director of in film in Ministry of Education and Cultural, and the second one in the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. Now, there is a two difference. The first one is like to more focusing on education and preserve the cultures and then for me,
yes,
we're doing more in the we call in the healer one is more how to bring the creative economy get benefit to the workers, the creative workers, and then we use the preserved cultures as the source of creativity, and then if the people who stay in this it's the same like like what we call, I mean, when the peoples who have the they will keep the cultures if the cultures can give them benefit. It's the same like when we want to protect the forest, people among the who stay surrounding the forest mostly depend so much with the forest and then live with the poor. So I mean, if we can give the more benefit, economical benefit from the forest, people who stay surrounding will protect this. It's the same like when we bring the cultures or the local preservations. If they can give benefits, and then they also can protect them. It's the same like that. Thank you, Pamarlo.
Yes, I mean, so you're implying that once, I mean, these local cultures can be transformed as an integral part of the creative economy, that will make sure that the cultures itself will be a living culture.
Exactly.
Seperti itu, Pak, ya?
Exactly.
Ya, terima kasih Bapak Saifullah. Ya, ada yang mau disampaikan lagi, Pak? Do you have any remarks for our participants, especially all these youngsters that are joining us in this session, and how to to increase our creativity when it comes to the Indonesian creativity?
So I mean, we in the government of Indonesia, we would like to cooperate with not only with other institutions in Indonesia, but we also want to connect with the global to to bring the benefit of creative economy not only for us but for the whole world. So I mean, well, the initiative of Baliwood to do this event is very good. We would like to support this event, the event like this. So I mean, and we do hope this will continue not only right now, but also continue to in the future. Thank you.
Terima kasih Bapak. I mean, we are so proud of what you and your department are doing, especially with the creative industry in the fields of film. And we do want in this challenging times during this pandemic that you can enforce more of the screening of Indonesian films as an educational material. Maybe we can do that, Bapak.
Yes, exactly. So I mean, we have film incubations in the end of this month in Bali. We make it in Bali.
Oh, excellent, Bapak. Terima kasih.
More about that.
So we wait for you to come to Bali and we will start the film and movie incubation together. Thank you, Bapak.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So now I would like to, ladies and gentlemen, let us show our warm appreciation to Bapak Saifullah for his time and his sharing. It's very, very fruitful for us. And now I would like to visit Bapak Fajar. And I mean, I have been always a fan of animation. So, and Pak Fajar has been unearthing two really important elements, which is storytelling or storynomics, or how to bridge story as an economic capital, including how the character building of Indonesian animation. But I do believe that most of us agree that the Indonesian animation style has not found its true identity. It's still driven and highly influenced by a global taste. And on the other hand, when we rely on local iconographies, the visuals are very, very rooted to tradition, such as the use of characters of wayang. So my question to Bapak Fajar is, how can young creators, how can young animators, from Indonesia break this, vicious cycle or the creative dilemma to establish characters that are universal, but not far apart from the wealth of local cultures and that can still represent the Indonesian culture? Silakan, Bapak.
Yeah, I think in answering your question, Pak Marlo, there are two things I think, and one thing that I like to also pose another question: that is it the universalness is important, or is it we instead have to take this local into the universal? So instead of bringing the universal into Indonesia, I mean, we are trying to adapt to the universal style or Disney style or anime style. Would it be possible to bring our own style to the universal context or to the global context? So I think this is a very challenging, and I think in talking to some animation producer in Indonesia, there are no quite kind of struggling to answer the questions. Like when I presenting give you an example of the characters in Battle of Surabaya, so you can see the kind of not ambiguity but more kind of challenges that the producer have in trying to deal with what kind of the universal standard and also the local representations. And I think this kind of what I call it experiment now is still undergoing, still continuing. some small production house or studio production is trying to explore what kind of style that we can, experiment. You mentioned about wayang, for example. There are some other, style. Like I give you an example of the Trio Hantu, for example. That's really local. You have the kind of representation of the local ghost,
Yes.
and you can always explore a lot of things in Indonesia. So without necessarily looking at to the global, production of standard. So if you can do this local production in a very very strong way, then I think animation film in Indonesia have a very promising potentials. And like for example, I give you another example, like the biggest animation movie like the Coco. It's certainly a very Mexican kind of style, and then they base the problem with Indonesian animation that a lot of producers are not doing research in a very in a very comprehensive way. Before coming into that films and the Coco production, I think I read in some news that they did really extensive ethnographic research in Mexico and trying to understand what kind of represent style, what kind of colors, or what kind of foods that has to be included in the film. It's very local, so you cannot see the kind of a Disney kind like of the films style in a Coco. It's very so I'm suggesting that our colleagues or young people try to explore this and try to do more research on the local folklore, local stories and local style of representation.
Yes. And that has been your greatest concern because you are in the research department. I mean, the science department that unearths all of this. So, are you saying that we have to do focus on the storytelling first before we build the characters?
I think both, because characters is also based on stories.
Yeah.
So if you but one thing that I like also to emphasize that when in Indonesian production processes, there are not many collaborative effort. So it is very important if for example, in animation productions also ask someone from let's say for example anthropologists or ethnographer to get involved in the production, and then they can give suggestions on a particular kinds of style or clothing or foods and anything. So this collaborative production is very strong in Japan, for example. So animation production in Indonesia tends to work individually. They think that when you have animation, when you can create animation technique, the technique of animation technique of Indonesian animator is very good. It's very, but this thing, you need to bring other people. You need to bring other expert into the production processes.
So the key is create, collaborate, and celebrate, ya Bapak.
Yes, collaboration is very key, and also collaborating with local community because they are the one who knows about the stories, legends, and so forth.
So that comes with the issue of empowerment of the local communities, ya Bapak.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Bapak Fajar, terima kasih banyak atas penjelasannya. Thank you very much for your elaboration. I do hope that you will allow us to share your presentation for our youngsters, and then. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pressed of time, and then I am seeing a lot of questions on the group chat, and then I would make sure that the organizers will make note of all your questions and will distribute it to our speakers, and then they can give you an answer through the community, through the committee. So now that is the end of the first session of the Government Forum Special Session featuring Bapak Saifullah and Bapak Fajar. And once again, we thank you for your kindness and knowledge. And now we will move on to the second session, which is the international session. But before that, I would like for Putri to remind us what's ahead during our program. Silakan Putri.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Marlo. But
Okay, Mr.
we
Marlo.
have one question,
Okay.
sorry, from our participant, maybe.
Yes, silakan.
Uh, in chat.
We actually have a comment from Mr. Huang from
Okay, from
Culture.
Mr. Approve.
Yes, they want to give him
Yes,
to give
yes.
his understanding, please.
Yes, please, Mr.
Yeah. So can I ask my question right now, or can I start presenting my presentation?
Oh, for you, Pak Approve, you can do it now, please.
Okay, okay. So let me just share my screen. Okay. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So guys, let me start. Let me say thank you to everyone for giving me an opportunity to present here. And Bollywood really it's such a nice platform to do a innovation. And that's why I have chosen a topic called innovation in content and how we can do new innovation, how we can bring fresh air into mind to generate the innovation in this worldwide market. And that's why I'm here to share few things about the what we are doing and how we can move on the innovation. So as a company we work with the somewhere around 500 plus partner around the planet for the games, for the video production, for the gamification. If you will see, there are number of brands like Coca-Cola, Hindustan Unilever, or number of other brands. They are coming up with some new concept to entertain the users, customers, and they are launching a gamification. They are doing the editing or they are doing the virtual realization on all these things. So we are behind that. We are working with number of companies and working on the innovation and all. So let's start with the innovation in idea, in content, audio as well as video. So if we will call about this pandemic season, COVID season, so 2020 actually it's become the one of the, or this COVID has become one of the biggest reason of the growth of this industry, because all people are sitting at home. We won't have any work to do, or we won't have any physical activity to go somewhere else or do something. So what we have a content, right? We have a production, we have a movies, we have a OTT players, we have a gaming players. So all the innovations, all the brand launching, virtual launching, it's came on the mobile, came on the system, came on the TV. So if we will see, as a 2020, it's clear that the growth of digitalization and content will continue to explode. In fact, growth of data usage, internet usage has become the complementary of the content usage in the growth. If we will see in India, a content or data charges is absolutely null, right? There is no extra charges. User used to take a small bundle and he'll get the unlimited data. Then what to do with the data? So the big data user will play the content, they'll watch the movies, they watch the scenarios, they will build the number of things. And on the side, 2020 also has given us some scenario virtual reality. So for example, I'm sitting here and doing the activity and there would be a green screen behind me. If that green screen will help me with the any kind of changes, user will wear a glass and he can play a cricket with me here. So these kind of things arrived in 2020. We had all these things earlier also, but in 2020 people actually started using it. Right now, if we wanted to do any conference, in earlier scenario I need to travel to Baliwood. and I'll travel to Baliwood and then do a physical virtual conferences. But now we are sitting here and doing all these virtual conferences. So that is the actually a era of the innovation in terms of audio and video. Even 3D videos has started playing over the OTT players. So now no need to go or visit the physical theater or multiplexes. You can have and feel all these kind of content on your system only. So that is the innovation in 2020 happening over the audio and video. I'll slightly move on the another vertical, which is the core part of our company also, that is the gaming. So if we will see, gaming has been changed like anything. Earlier we used to play the video games would be provided by someone, companies like Samurai or Media. We will play these games and entertain. But now there is no need to buy particular games. If you are a casual player, you can enjoy and play over a mobile. You can entertain yourself with the mobile. And even if we will see on the development side, earlier, if I'll say, there would be a development used to happen on the video games or large storage games, but now the developments happening on the mobile games. If we will see, every day there would be somewhere around 7,200 game used to release in the worldwide market. Out of that, there would be 200 game which would be awesome success, and millions of people used to download and play. So innovation in games has been started with the unique concept. So earlier it's like a game used to develop on the Android or iOS. So only Android and iOS player can develop play. But now developments happening on the mobile. So user playing games on the browser. So now the browser has become, or browser games has become the most popular games in this system. Earlier means, I'll just share a few faces of the games. So even global gaming predicted growth is somewhere around $100 billion by 2021, and projected growth of the 22% AGR, which is going to be somewhere around $200 billion plus market by 2022-23. And top genres of games, if we will see, so games will start with the action, arcade, sport, role playing, and number of things. So if I'll see the innovation in the gaming roadmap, so innovation somehow, if we will see, earlier there was a video games, it has shifted on the casual games. Then there would be a mobile games which is came in the market. Now innovation has been taken a few more steps, like now augmented reality games also in the market, virtual reality games also in the market. Even now games are the has become the competition. So in phase one, we have started developing the leaderboard based games. So you and me, we can play the games from sitting in the home, and we will just see the number who's on the top, and then and try to come on the top. In phase two, games, leaderboard games actually shifted in the real money games as well as on tournaments. So real money games, if we will see, there would be a number of companies who has taken the permission to, in India, who's taken the play games, skill based games kind of thing. Even in global market, there is skill and money based games launched in the market, and they are generating a nice revenue, and there are number of companies also invested in these kind of companies. In phase 3, all these games started working as a live games. Now you and me sitting at the home can play the table tennis also with the augmented reality, with the virtual reality. So all this concept has been launched in the market, and finally we came with the live tournaments. No, so recently there are a number of companies like PUBG. So they have started moving on the live tournament side, and all these things started happening in this market now. So gaming has become the one of the innovative industry. Every day there is something new which is going in the market. If we will see upcoming few features of the games, then there would be a leaderboard on all the games. User can track the achievement of the particular games, and overall opportunity to join live tournaments, play games with the friends and stranger, do live chat with your opponent, connect with social media and share your achievement, and user generated games. So all these things has been combined in one game now. So all these kind of innovation is happening. And if we will see the business model, there are few business model happening on the gaming market. User used to do a event based business. So for example, I'll just launch a one live event and where everyone can join and generate the revenue. Then subscription basis, then there are offer based, volume based, and data usage based. All telecom industry has launched the bike level gaming products also in the market. So this has become one of the growth rate for telecom sector as well. And then marketing strategy, user go with the rewards, user go with the promotion activities, engagement activities. So all these exciting rewards. For example, we have launched a one game called Tambola.cash, which is the skill based money based games. So user used to come and there would be exciting reward, is invest $1, get a chance to win $1,000. So these kind of excitement used to come in the games now. And then there is one small innovation we are planning to do with the Baliwood also, and we are in process to set up a gaming division in Baliwood land as well, where we will develop a very local based games. So this is the one small example of the virtual reality games where user will bear the glass and he'll feel he would be in the system or he's inside the playground and he'll play. So there would be like user just play with the head and he'll entertain. And there would be a Baliwood, there would be Baliwood theme, user would be on the Baliwood beach. All these things we are going to do it. So that is the thing which is coming. There would be a racing game which we are about to launch. That would be purely on the Baliwood. User will do the racing in the Baliwood. So these kind of things we have developed and it's moving very nicely. It's a very small example which we have shown. And then so that is the actually gaming market which is happening in the world. And right now it's very right time to move with the Bollywood. And Bollywood has a really fresh air in the world, right? And you know Bollywood and Bollywood has lot many similarities as well. So Bollywood is growing on such a level where would be user or any production company or any movie production company will come, he'll find the gaming division also, he'll find the production unit also, he's find the animation unit as well, and all combined that would be called Bollywood. And same dream which we are seeing with the Mr. Arvind to launch a gaming division in the Bollywood. And of course that would be a last slide of my presentation. I'll not make you bore with the too many slides. So this is about the innovation in the video as well as content. Thank you. So let me know if there is any question for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Apurwa. And actually, that is, such an interesting presentation that started our second session. And let me recap before we continue on that just before on the first session, we were talking a lot of the policies, the incentives, and the resourcefulness of the government. And now the second session will feature prominent international speakers that will come from the perspective of businesses and organizations that are dealing with the creative industry. And as we just heard before, Mr. Apur, the director of Artechnos from India, has given us an insight into the innovation in content. So now, let us continue our session, and we would like to invite Sukwa Hong, the CEO of H Culture from South Korea, that will do a presentation how contents can contribute to regional economics. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sukwa Hong from the CEO of H Culture of South Korea. To the committee, can you please unmute?
Yes, I did.
I apologize for the mix-up before, and then you are most welcome to give your comment on the previous session before you do your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It was very impressed because I concerned in Korean animation industry a few years ago, as you are talking what you are talking about, storytelling and character design, and how Korean contents become international contents. That was my concern and agenda. So I have a comment, few concern in previous session. So I'd like to share my experience and thought. I am working with many 5 Indonesian animation studios for service work. So I know Indonesian animation technique and capability very well. Also, I was seeking new IP in Indonesia because I was looking for new IP to invest and take part in co-production as a co-production partner. Maybe 3 years ago, I was surprised to see Indonesian new IP. In Korea, when we create new animation, we are thinking, what can you teach and what is educational effect in animation? But I was surprised. There is one animation, they never thought about educational effect. It is a story about milk and food in the refrigerator. So they don't, they are laughing and slapstick gags, and they jumps and bump out. So the goal of animation is just make kids fun. I was so impressed. That is most educational effect in this industry. So we are concerning about storytelling and character design. Actually, I'm teaching both in university. But most important thing is creativity. Because we can hire story artists and character design artists from overseas and from Hollywood. We can hire easily, but we can hire or we can buy creativity. In Indonesian young people, they already have creativity. Some of them, they have more than Koreans. I was so impressed. So I made a plan to develop Indonesian IP with our technique So at that time, I failed because it's not ready too much because the character has not arm and neck. The character was floating. So the problem is we cannot make merchandising product, toy or dolls, figures with that design. Yeah, but now if I see new young Indonesian studios, their new IP is great. So in terms of technique, Indonesian studios are ready. And creativity, Indonesia has a lot. Congratulations. So don't concern about too much. So you just need international producer. Some who can be bridge of international market and Indonesian studios. That's all what you need. So that was the comment I really wanted to share. So don't afraid and don't concern too much. We are ready. Okay.
So please, thank you for such a heartwarming comment about the mastery and the creativity of the Indonesian creators. And in terms of collaboration, one perfect avenue would be the involvement of international producers. So we do hope that all our colleagues, international colleagues, can focus on this and start the collaboration. So I would like to continue on this session and allow you to do your presentation.
Okay, Thank you. So hello everyone, hello Indonesia. My name is Seok Hong from South Korea. It's a Korean traditional clothes I'm wearing.
Very beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for Indonesian government and experts, Mr. Arvin and Mr. Wayan from Baliwood. It's great opportunity to join this honorable event. While I was preparing this presentation, it's good time to me. I could arrange my thought very clearly. I am an animation producer, content developer, and also I distribute animation worldwide, including Indonesia. I've had been developing animation feature film in USA, and I established a company in USA with American creators. Currently, I'm working with partners over 20 countries. Some of my time, I'm supervising Korean government for development of content and local culture. I have been giving animation service work to Indonesian animation studios from the client of Germany, China, America, and Korea. So I know what can Indonesian studio do and what is hard to do. Indonesian animators are very talented and diligent, I'm sure. So if we prepare well, animation core industry should be moved to Indonesia soon. That's why I'm establishing animation studio in Indonesia already with my local partners to develop, to get more service work, also to develop Indonesian new IP. My seminar is for Korean case study, how content develop regional economy. I'm focusing government support program because it is hard to build ecosystem by private companies. And at the end, I like to suggest how we adopt Korean development case in Indonesia, especially in Bali. And I've been working for Bali with Mr. Wayan and Mr. Arvin to develop the village as international film icon. For now, let me introduce Korean content market. Korean content is getting popular, I guess, in Indonesia. So K-drama, K-pop, Korean TV programs, and Korean movies. Behind the success, I have to introduce Korean government support. I'm not a government office worker, but yeah, I should explain and introduce. So here is summary of Korean content market. We have 650,000 people working for content industry. So annual sales is 975 billion US dollar. And we export content as much as 75 billion US dollar. And it is increasing more than 5% every year. More than 5 central government parts support content industry. Many Korean content agents named KOCA since 2001. And other ministries also support content market. I have been supported more than 1 million US dollars so far. And it was very useful to create my IP in America for international market. Also, we have more than 16 local government content agents. So each province and some major cities, they have their own content agents. I believe there are more content agents in small cities as well. Even we already have many support programs. After COVID-19, this June, Korean government announced digital media ecosystem development plan and made information and communication strategy committee. So it is for production investment to young creators and companies. and supporting differentiations and enlargement, abolitions of old and bad regulations. So it means we still keep and increasing government support program more. 2019, Korean government announced each regional organization specialized in local content industry that the central government has carried out. So we have, I can say we have three major government support program: building production ecosystem and exporting Korean content and develop local content. Korean central government are promoting Korean content with various overseas events. Even in Indonesia, we had many K-content events, and I have participated many times and met many good Indonesian companies. And not only central government and local content agents support local companies to participate in the international event as well. Here is another example of government content support program. The name is South Chungcheong Province. The red part is the province. There is regional specific content development support and content company incubating program. They spent more than 14 million US dollar. Some companies buy cash or some incubating system like this. So here is analysis. It's the report made in 2019 after finishing support 2018 programs. The graph shows that the brown part is high. So I will not explain all, but sales and expanding market and strength competitiveness. So the content development and building ecosystem that graphs show contribute regional economy very well. So content is good for reviving the industry, but not it hiring manpower. 0.67 is employment rate after support programs is less than 1. That this is content business. It shows content business has good and weak point both. Hiring less people is weak point. Also, a strong point of content business, because we can improve content business with less people. But yeah, to enhance local business, local economy, we need to focus manpower development with long-term plan. Until now, I showed reference content development in already well-developed place. So if you start in the new area, such as tourist destination like Bali, we need another reference. Here is another reference in southeastern part of Korea. The name of the city is Ulju. Ulju is a small mountain tourist destination. The local government tried to build a brand from a natural tourist destination as a movie area of a film festival. So they build facility including event area and cinemas, small cinemas. They started to hold a film festival since 2016. And here's the number for 2018 event. They selected 144 films from 42 countries and showed it. And 42,000 audience came from outside of the city. The budget of the event is 2.1 million US dollar. But after that, consumption. So the audience spent more than $2 million, $2.8 million is higher than budget. So economic ripple effect is more than $13 million. And they hires new employees more than 70s. And 50% of audience, they stayed at the place. And finally, they can get brand the best local festival. From now, I'd like to say how we can adopt Korean reference in Bali. I was thinking film festival is very good to promote Bali to overseas. So I'm thinking Cannes. Because it's hard to develop Bali as a content industry place, not like a Seoul, not like a Hollywood. In Cannes, France, there are not many film studios, but will recognize Cannes as a beautiful film city and visit there. Here are 4 ideas I suggest to develop Bali as a content icon. So develop local contents, and Bali should be a platform of festival, event, market. And incubating manpower with local academies and branding religions. Here is a specific ideas. This is Bali image we are expecting, like this. Beautiful and peaceful. I'm talking about live streaming camera. So there are many live streaming camera in the all tourist spot like Venice and Times Square in New York. So we can see live streaming camera. And here is live streaming camera in Bali. So look at the difference. That is our expectation, and that is the live camera in Bali. It looks like a CCTV for criminals. So we can access some internet site to showing this image. I think it is very good content. It must be successful cultural and tourist content in Bali. So I'm talking about not create huge things, just using what Bali already have. I try to develop English teaching zone for international kids and family in Bali because Bali could teach English in nature. It's quite good educational content. But after COVID, we should be changed. Now we have to think about opposite ways. Teaching English online from Bali, Indonesia, or online yoga, or the Balinese food, Balinese culture and movies. So it is hard to bring people to Bali to show this, but we have to create online contents with this. So it's just one of the ideas. Also, we need to make a local story to animation. If we can make an animation by using local old tale with local animators, we train and register international film festival. Then it's very good to incubating manpower and we can promote Bali easily. I'm a jury of International Tour Film Festival in Italy. So last year I brought the film festival to Bali as the name ITFF in Bali. As I told you, event is the most effective way to promote village. So ITFF Bali, it was part of the festival. So it is not big event, but we mixed the event with local culture. Many villagers brought their kids and really enjoyed the event. In the event, I felt Bali loves kids. Many parents, kids to event, and kids laughed a lot. we can use that kind of Balinese culture. Look at other events, other Cannes or other animation festival and film festival. It is for adult or artist. So if we make a family or kids event, such as Bali International Animation Festival, Bali International Family Film Festival, then it will be our identity and make commercial success easily. So also my final idea is whatever we develop for regional culture and regional economy, it should be fun to villagers and kids. That is the most important element of success. Content business cannot success without local people success. So yeah, that's my presentation. Thank you for hearing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm reception to the presentation of Suk Hwa Hong from the CEO of H Culture of South Korea. And before we dwell into the question and answers, we would like to continue. And I would like to invite the next speaker, which is Alan Wijaya, that represents she's the General Manager of Indonesia Movie Land, and the theme would be the development of the Indonesia Movie Land. So silakan, Saudara Alan Wijaya.
Okay, thank you, Pak Marlowe. And hi, everyone. And Pak Arvin for inviting me to give a presentation in this event, in this wonderful event. Let me start my presentation. Okay. Yeah. So my screen, everyone can see, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start. So today I would like to present about Indonesia Movie Land. First of all, I would like to introduce the developer who created this project. It's called Jababeka Group. So basically, we have three business pillars: land township and land and township development. Second one is infrastructure, and the third one is hospitality and leisure. So our company group, Jababeka Group, was established in 1989, and we are the pioneer of the first private industrial estate in Indonesia. And in 1994, we are also the first company, especially private industrial estate developer, got listed in the Jakarta and Surabaya Stock Exchange at that time, 1994. And 1995, we established Jababeka Golf and Country Club. It's 18 holes of golf club. And 2001, we established a President University. It's a international university. All courses are taught in English, and we're also thinking to create a film department in this university in the near future. 2010, we commenced the operation of the first and the only one dry port in Indonesia. We call it Cikarang Dry Port. It's an extension of the Tanjung Priok Seaport in Indonesia, in Jakarta. And 2012, we acquired 1,500 hectares in Tanjung Lesung, Banten, now become a tourism special economic zone. So we entered the hospitality and leisure industry by acquiring that area. In 2013, we own our own power plant, Bekasi Power Plant, and start to operate. In 2015, we have a joint venture with the Plaza Indonesia for Mayfair. We call it Mayfair. In 2016, we started our joint venture with the Singaporean state-owned company called Sembawang Development Corporation. We established Kendal Industrial Park in the Central Java. In 2017, we launched our Jababeka Residence, and we focus for our resident and commercial. So basically, this is our 6 projects in all over Indonesia. The first one is our head office in the Menara Batavia Tower in Jakarta. Second one is our first township development in Jababeka Cikarang, 5,600 hectares. The third is in Banten province, Special Economic Zone Tanjung Lesung, 1,500 hectares. The fourth is the Kendal Industrial Park in the Central Java, 2,700 hectares. The fifth is we operate Borobudur Golf in Magelang in Central Java. And the sixth, we also have the third Special Economic Zone in Morotai. We have the license about 17,000 hectares. This is Kota Jababeka. Kota Jababeka located is actually in the eastern corridor of Jakarta. We are in the between Jakarta and Bandung. So why we were thinking to develop Indonesia movie land in this area, because Jakarta is the capital of Indonesia. While Bandung, we have a lot of resources in Bandung in the film industry, the animator and also the art. Many artists come from Bandung, and we are actually located just 35 kilometers from Jakarta, and there are 3 airports to access our city from Soekarno-Hatta International Airport, the biggest airport in Indonesia, and Halim Perdana Kusuma International Airport, just 30 kilometers from Jababeka. We also have the future Kertajati International Airport, and also this is if we see our location, we are just beside the Bekasi City and Karawang Regency, and currently our gross domestic product is the second biggest after Jakarta. Our per capita income is about 146 million rupiah per person. And also, we have about 8 massive infrastructure development in the Jakarta Eastern Corridor. Many infrastructure development already completed, from commuter line Jakarta Cikarang, GR connection Jakarta Jababeka, Kertajati International Airport also already completed. Elevated toll road Jakarta Cikampek also already completed, and LRT track Jabodetabek currently almost completed by the end of this year. Patiman Deep Seaport also is ongoing, the construction. And the high-speed train Jakarta-Bandung also, the progress is around 54%. And Johor to Cimanggis Cibitung is about 73.72%. And expected to be completed by the end of this year. So this is our location. So our location in the future, we have a TOD, transit oriented development, in which we will have an MRT station. So people in the future can use MRT from Jakarta to Jababeka, just less than 1 hour. This is our township development. So this is just a summary. We have currently from 5,600 hectares, we have 80,000 residential, 1.2 million population, and also we have more than 2,000 national and multinational company. And we have more than 10,000 expatriates living here, mostly from Korean, South Korean, and Japan. This is we focus now for the movie land development. So movie land, we want to become the Indonesia TV broadcast and film industry center, or the Hollywood of Indonesia. And we are a fully integrated township. Jababeka is actually fully integrated township with movie development team in the 5,600 hectares of Kota Jababeka. Our objective is to become the first one-stop film and TV industry center in Indonesia. And we want to become the creative industrial center in order to improve the TV broadcast and film industry in Indonesia. So this is our movie land site plan. It's about 34 hectares development. These pictures that actually we already built the several buildings like this Hollywood Boulevard for movie shooting, and also Beverly Hills pavilion for the movie crew dormitory. And we have also built a shop houses or Rodeo Drive, can be used as souvenir center, and also Hollywood Plaza. And also we already established Hollywood Junction Culinary Center. And also we have established a 2-tower apartment tower, Monroe and Elvis Tower. And also we have landed houses called the Oscar Residence. And then in the near future, we also plan to build movie studio, movie cinema, and theme park. Yeah. This is the culinary and entertainment center that has been established in the Hollywood Junction Culinary Center. And this is our convention and exhibition hall. And this is the landed high-rise apartment and the landed residential that has been built. This is our future development. We are planning to build it. And this is of our movie studio. We're gonna build a movie studio facilities like permanent green screen, outdoor water tank, indoor water tank, soundstage, workshop, photography shoots, and TV and broadcast studio. This is a shooting at Indonesia Movieland. So until now, more than 100 of films, TV series, TV reality shows, infotainment, and etc. have been shot at Indonesia Movieland. And this is our collaboration. Last year, with our partner, we produced a Foxtrot 6. This was in cinema. This movie was in cinema. The director is Randy Korompis, and the producer is Mario Casar, is a Hollywood producer. And the shooting of this movie, the several film scenes of this movie was done in our township, especially in Indonesia Movieland. And this film is with the most expensive production budget in Indonesia is around $5 million US. This film starring Oka Antara, Ferdy Sulaiman, Chico Jericho, Julia Estelle. Okay, thank you. This is the end of my presentation. If for further information, anyone who have question also can send me email or just WhatsApp. Send me WhatsApp. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. If I may, I mean, the Indonesian Movie Land is truly such a comprehensive initiative. And as before, we were talking a lot about content creation, and you are already thinking and building the container. So we wish you a lot of success in the near future.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, so we would like to invite our next speaker, Professor Lucia Dall'Acqua, from the Bologna University of Italia, from Italy, and then we will conclude the second session of the international panel. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Lucia. There you go.
Thank you. Let me share my presentation. Just a second. Hi all. Let me introduce myself again. I am the Professor Luisa Dall'Acqua, Senior Cognitive Scientist at the University of Bologna in Italy. And my speaking is about the film vision and how it can train creativity, collective intelligence towards values and management skills. And let me quote a statement of the movie director Federico Fellini. Cinema, more than other arts, has been and is a means of building worlds, places and spaces, where the greatest and most complex mystery in the world is staged, the human being. So my starting point is the important role of the movie art in society as a reflection of social, political, and economic system. So the importance of the organization of a Baliwood land. Baliwood, according to my view, can have the mission to develop a new model of interdisciplinary and intercultural dialogue on the contemporary art scene of today, to situate the debate in the arts in the context of cultural and identity-based history as a way of expanding the territorial art into the field of culture, and to include various histories of the multiple globalization and temporalities. And at the end, to stimulate new progressive arts movement, new thinking, networks, and friendship to contribute to a more inclusive society. So the vision can be to see the emergence of an inclusive and creative society where difference is welcomed and participation is valued. So cinema. Cinema is a large experimental laboratory in which cognitive and affective processes can be stimulated and reassembled, shattered and reassembled to place themselves in a transcendent total dimension. So the key points, a short explanation, obviously. During the viewing, visual and sound channels are involved, and the viewer is exposed to multiple communication codes in a semiotic format of extreme complexity, especially if the implicit cultural and the different encyclopedias of the world to which people belong are also added. The values and management skills, collect intelligence, knowledge management, and the innovation process play a significant role in our rapidly changing business world. So films endorse understanding soft skills with positive themes and values. Not only in the business sectors, but also our daily life is strongly influenced by these skills. And the only purpose of a good movie is not just to entertain, but also to teach and educate. So the study of soft skills through films can therefore allow professionals, employers and students in multiple sectors and even non-professionals to recognize the different aspects of soft skills and their way to reintegrate successful business ventures and interpersonal relationship. So, local cultural art and global art. See global, stay local, I say. So the cultural institution that supported contemporary art were oriented towards a notion of a national audience rather than an international one, that art schools drew from a domestic student population and that official bodies tending to be focused on the national context. Today, the national is no longer such an operative concept. Movie art has universal potentiality. Anyway, spreading a national culture to the world, as I said, can improve an added value to an extended mondial view of the life, specifically ecofiction. Ecofiction is an elastic word, able enough to set a variety of fictional works that address the relationship between natural setting and the human communities. Ecofiction, or ecologically oriented fiction, includes topics such as human impacts on the environment. Most of these films deal with climate change and other ecological disasters. Stories set in fictional landscape that capture the sense of natural ecosystem. The story itself, however, takes the reader into the natural world and brings it alive. Ideally, the landscape and ecosystem, whether fantasy or real, should be as realistic as possible and plot constraints should accord with ecological principle. These stories can combine the environmental with the human experience, politics, science, romance, adventure, crime, horror, fantasy, mystery, magical realism, humor. Why not? The list is long. Themes include harsh survival, advocacy, veneration of the world around us. The story takes place in the past, present, future, sometimes all three, making for a beautifully fluid reading experience. So, Baliwood. Let us come back. Baliwood as a school of management and life, as acting school, directing school, and simulation school. The top skills in 2020 are 6, basically. Complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, people management, coordinating with others, and emotional intelligence. They can be practiced in a school. So directing school, simulation school, and acting school. Complex problem solving is the ability to implement cognitive processes to face and solve problems, the solution of which is not immediately evident. A theoretical, practical study of script writing, production, video making, movie direction, with a vision of all the problems and criticalities that may arise during the production process of film can provide excellent training for these skills. Critical thinking is the ability that allows us to analyze the information we have and to evaluate and interpret data and experiences in order to reach clear and precise conclusions. The same activities mentioned before mean a good opportunity to train an interpretative ability. Creativity, of course, its ability to innovate, think outside the box, create original connections. As already mentioned, in every activity connected with viewing of a film, it's possible to experience a different and new world, even if virtual. And this is exactly the professionalism of the actor, of the movie director, and even the screenwriter. They can be trained. Ability to manage people and work is a fundamental skill of a director in organizing a work structure, motivating the people with whom she collaborates, enhancing them or correcting them when appropriate. Ability to work in a group, yes, the ability to cooperate to achieve common goals certainly develops throughout the entire production process of film. Knowing how to recognize and enhance the resources of others within the group, giving oneself priorities and changing them if necessary to coordinate with others. And last but not least, emotional intelligence. That is the ability to recognize, understand, and consciously manage one's own emotions and those of others during the work collaboration, during the performance of one's role. So thank you for your attention. My speaking is at the end.
Professor Lucia, thank you very much for your presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the question and answer session, I would like to take us on a short break and then to see the trailer of the Malaysian film Sumpahan Jurunai, or The Curse of the Jurunai. To the community, please.
Doktor tak tercuit ke tentang Jurunai ni? Apa sejarah di sebaliknya dan kenapa ia dirahsiakan selama ni?
Saya tak berminat. Cebi pasti itu Jurunai.
Awak lagi reda terperap dekat sini dan keluar untuk buktikan teori awak sebenarnya sahih. Mana Sani Osman yang tulis buku ni?
Mereka cakap Nula dilahirkan guna ubat. Sekarang dia sendiri yang bagi obat penjahat tu.
Enggak diterima di kedai.
Kalau boleh, kamu jangan dekat dia. Dia korban yang dicerut air terpecat pada tempat.
Kau kenapa nak buang kaki aku? Aku bentuk.
Terus lagi.
Selama ni saya sanjung doktor, doktor tikam belakang saya.
Tikam belakang apa? Cuba tanya dengan JB sendiri apa yang berlaku dengan tim sebelum.
Apa jadi dengan orang?
Umpan ni keras kot. Cuba balik.
Dah. So.
So there you have it, the trailer of the Malaysian film Sumpahan Jurunai, or The Curse of the Jurunai. I think it's more on the horror thriller side. And then Sukua Huang, you've been closing your face with your Well, let's start this discussion. We are pressed of time, so I do want the community to make note of all the questions to all the notable speakers, and then they can be answered in another time. But I would like to start with Sukua Huang, and then, in terms of the creative industry, 2019 and 2020 is a really great year for the South Korean creative sector. We had Parasite, the South Korean thriller, winning the award for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Foreign Language Film, and Original Screenplay during the Oscars. And just recently, we had the, groundbreaking, the record-breaking band BTS, breaking all the records for the most viewed YouTube video in a day. I mean, those are such extraordinary achievements. And you have been talking a lot about, the external forces, how to really collaborate and incorporate the expertise of, an international pool of talents.
Yes.
In your presentation, you have been talking about a lot of the involvement of the South Korean government. Can you, elaborate more on, especially since now that you're developing a collaborative IP here in Bali, in South Korea, first, can you elaborate more on the connection, the bridging between the government and industry? And the second one is, which aspect of Bali that really interests and engages you as a creative person?
Yes. Yeah. So how can I start? Yeah, just the reason I recommend Korean government support is to show reference how contents develop region economy. But it is exactly same as the government support program, because private company cannot develop regional ecosystem.
But how do the creative sector influence and make sure that there is government support? Because we know that the government is there, should be there, but the intensity seems different in many countries, and I do believe that's not only how the government views the creative industry, but it seems that the creative industry in South Korea are forcing the government to support them. Is that true?
Yes, right. Yeah. So I don't know exactly the name of first generation renovation something. Korean government think content business is the core business for next generation. So sometimes it is not helpful, but whenever government announced that kind of program. So all the people who are working in industry or the other people, they started have interest in content business. So that kind of interest lead Korean entertainment business to here. So is it right answer?
Thank you for that insight, and I do believe there's a lot of questions that you and also, our dear friend Apurv Modi from the Athenos, India can answer from the Zoom group chat, I'll just pick one, let's see, from Igusti Ngurah Agung Pramudia Udayana. His question is, how to combine several content so that it becomes a unique and accessible unit without losing its original identity. Can you give an example and an answer to that question?
If I answer, it's very hard to combine creativity of each partner's part. So we should keep one creative idea, and the other part, they should support to keep and maintain the creativity. So if I believe everybody cannot the role of creativity in some project. So if you insist one creator his own creation, then it can be higher than normal. But if we try to mix good ideas, then it will go to bad. So, but it is very hard to keep creation because in our industry, everybody has, every artist has self-confidence a lot. But it is, that's why I envy American system. Yeah, they divided their role very well. Yeah, so if producer and director, they do well their position, then it goes the right way. So I can say my teacher, his name is Will Vinton. He awarded the Oscar, and he passed away last year. And he had more than 400 employees, animators in his studio. So I asked him how American create that kind of great animation. So it looks like one person make animation. So he said, "Oh, we just drink coffee every morning, 15 minutes." Oh, we do, but we try to understand other people's role. For example, if modeler try to understand marketing people role, or a designer try to understand animators role, then they will figure out what they are doing. So with this, they could have common goal, and they develop by themselves. So communication is most important things to create in creation industry. If I add one thing more, So my teacher said, producer and director, they are just launchpad of a rocket. Then who the rocket fired and who put satellite in universe is team and animators. So if producer and director point the right way and keep strongly, then other people will bring their goal to universe well. So it also talking about keep their role and communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hong. And it seems in the comment, Professor Luisa Delacroix also agrees with your viewpoint. And then with that, I would like to jump to Professor Luisa, and then and especially to unearth more about ecofiction. You know, I mean that terminology ecofiction really interests me, and I do believe that not only Indonesia, but ecofiction can thrive in countries with a lot of local cultures, because we do have the majestic panoramas, we have the magnificent legends, the myth, the folklore, and a diverse ethnicity that is second to none. So, Professor, I mean, can you elaborate more on the examples how to develop the critical thinking to compose and then create ecofiction? Do we okay? Do we still have Professor Luisa in the session?
Yes. Oh, okay. I had no audio. So ecofiction is really the possibility to express, to translate the key issue of this society. So I am aware that it can be based on politics, science, romance, adventure, and every possible topic. And overall humor and the possibility to show the sentiment, the feeling of people. So I like a lot this possible application of the movie art. And overall, how I wrote in the chat, it's possible to communicate the local content in a panorama, in an international panorama, through ecofiction, for example, where a point of view that the same reality and the same issues of the world can be expressed, and the possibility to communicate the solution, the possible solution that a specific culture in its interpretation of the issue can communicate that. So I am aware that to create a screenplay with this component is complex, is very complex, and I wrote that is based on the socio-cognitive approach. So a team, a network of experts has to be back on the screenplay. So not only the direction, production, and character, but also scientists. This is my view of my interpretation of the production of that. I don't know if I answered as you like.
Thank you for that wonderful insight. And ladies and gentlemen, I know we have been, enduring a really long session. So once again, I thank you for your patience in following all these engaging discussions. And we have another 5 to 10 minutes for the discussions. And then I would like to invite the floor to give comments or questions to notable speakers. We have Mr. Alan Wijaya, who has been presenting about the Indonesian movie land. Definitely there would be some interest into that. And then, when we talk about innovation in content, we have Akur Modi from Athenos, India, that would be, more than happy to answer the floor's questions. So please, do we have Bapak Arvin with us, still with us? Bapak Arvin, do you want to have, we want to hear from you, your questions, your comments. Silakan Bapak Arvin. Committee, please unmute the Bapak Arvin's channel.
Mr. Arvin, please unmute your audio.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear, Bapak.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Marlo.
Yeah.
Hello, Mas Hong. Thank you, thank you. Apur, are you still here? Apur. Mas Alan, thank you too.
Ya, sama-sama Mas.
Yeah, and Prof. Luisa. Yeah, it is so interesting topics at the same session. Maybe the challenge, how if we can make what we call a mixed content. I mean, different cultures from different countries. It is like a cross-cultural content, and the challenge not just to introduce the both cultures, let's say to cultures, to countries, not to introduce the both cultures or to the both countries, but how we can introduce the mixed projects, like let's say like Korea and Indonesia, we can make produce something cross-cultural like a drama Korea and drama Bali novella, something like that. But how we can break through the challenge that mixed Korean and Indonesia can be accepted all over the world. Maybe if you mix a food, your Korean food with Bali food, everybody will like it, right? But when we mix your culture and our cultures, yeah, the challenge, yeah, I don't know how is the challenge and the exact way we can do. Yeah, so not just every Korean people or Indonesian people will accept it, but also all over the world, something like that. I like also when I see the simulation school, yeah, simulation school from Prof. Luis, yeah, yeah. What does it mean exactly about for the simulation world? Yeah, because in the filming, it's kind of like pilot, testing films. We are doing testing films, offering to the producer, something like that. Yeah. Can we do that also? The simulation project by the cross-cultural content projects, something like that. Yeah, that's all. I think Hong and Prof. Lisa maybe can give their opinion. Yeah, also Apur maybe, and Mas Alan. How about the indie movies? Yeah, for the Indonesia Movie Land. Yeah, the mission to lift up Indonesian independent movie by the Indonesia Movie Land. I think that's all my question. Yeah, or discussion. Thank you, Mas Marley.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Arvin. So I do believe that Professor Luisa has left the session because she's enduring this time difference between Europe and Bali, and it's getting really, really, late there. But we would like to, end the session with for Mr. Apur Modi and also Mr. Alan Wijaya to comment on the.
Yeah, Apur still here, right?
I do believe Mr. Apur Modi is still with us.
Because
So,
it's not in the office, he said to me.
yes, but in anyhow, for all the participants, please, mention your comments, your insights, and also your questions at the group chat, and then the community will definitely get back to you with all the answers from the notable speakers. So, Saudara Alan, silakan ditambahkan lagi mengenai bagaimana nanti pemeranan Indonesia Movie Land bagi perkembangan film-film indie di Indonesia khususnya. Silakan.
Mas Alan. Lost connection, I think.
Yeah, it's okay that. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would like to conclude this international session. We have been enjoying, a lot of interesting presentations today, not only from and it really shows the synergy between government, businesses, and also the academic world, and that with Pak Saifullah with his policies, and then Bapak Fajar talking about the challenges of the industry, and then definitely with the second session with Mr. Hong, and then how to really empower local communities to be part of the economic development for creative content, and also with Mr. Apur Modi talking about the innovation in content, not only in terms of what is being presented, but how it is delivered. And definitely, we want to know more about we have been listening to a lot of the projects of the Jababeka, especially the Indonesia Movie Land. So hopefully this would really be an answer, to the interests and desires of the creative industry to have containers, especially for local creations. And last but not least, Professor Luisa has been talking more about the visions of training creativity, the collective intelligence, and especially to bridge between the connection between local art and global art. And with that, I would like to thank you, all the participants, definitely all the notable speakers. I would like to extend our gratitude to the organizers and to all supporters, sponsors to that made this Baliwood International Web Conference of Film Village, as a good start. There could be a momentum to continue for the second and third day. And with that, I'm Marlo Bandam. Once again, thank you very much. And then I would like to call on Putri, and we can conclude the session. And next, to give the reminder of what's going to be, what can be expected in the next 2 days. Silakan Putri.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Marlo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the end of the day one of Baliwood International Web Conference of Film Village. Thank you to all speakers who share their knowledge and experience for all of us. And we will say thank you to our moderator today, Mr. Made Marlo Makaradwaja Bandem. And for your information, tomorrow is the second day of Baliwood International Web Conference of Film Village, and the web conference will start at 10 a.m. at Middle Indonesia Regional Time, which have 6 sessions. And the last web conference will be held on 13 September 2020 and will be start at 3 p.m. at Middle Indonesia Region Time. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we end the end of day one of web conference today, let us view a film trailer, Bali Dancing Heaven, from Baliwood Land, and some trailer collection from Jeffrey. Enjoy.
Woo!
Dancing is my life.
No, stop.
You know that our mom waiting for us in the heaven.
Oh, come on, please stop. God.
Don't destroy dance, please.
Why, God? Why?
Where are you, mom? I know. Dad, I can hear you.
I just wanna hear them sing with for us my whole life, for us my whole life. You look like mom. My God, you look like mom. My arms with love. I don't wanna lose just for a second time. I just wanna hear them sing with you.
Oh, what is it? Where did this come from?
My whole life, my whole life. I sacrifice my life for you, my the shine of heaven surrounding your soul, my beautiful angel. What can I do for you to make you happy?
I have to find a key for the dance.